victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute basis to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCP and 12 DCP offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response, backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
Imagine a city where technology and trust go hand in hand to keep every citizen safe. Across India, 80% of smart cities still lack a comprehensive safe city solution. Every year, road accidents and urban crime claim thousands of lives. But what if we could change that, using the power of AI? Analytics Safe City is transforming how cities protect their people. With AI-powered women's safety alerts, real-time crowd and traffic management, and smart cleanliness monitoring that works step by step. Here's how it works. In an emergency, a gesture or panic button triggers an instant AI alert. The nearest officer is notified, actions are tracked, and outcomes are reported. That means 50% faster response for women in distress, over 70% success in finding missing persons, and 30% fewer escalated crimes. AI detects crowd buildups, helps prevent stampedes, and cuts traffic accidents by 15%. Overflowing garbage? Not anymore. 30% fewer overflows and 40% better hygiene satisfaction. Even public transport gets smarter. No more overcrowded buses. With Analytics AI, the next bus is always visible, passengers wait less, and commutes are smoother, leading to fewer delays and up to 18% cost savings. With 95% data accuracy and real-time insights, city managers can act fast, with full transparency and trust. Analytics AI powering safer, smarter cities in India. Ready to transform your city? Let's talk.
Bengaluru-based Districo's AI among the pioneers in building comprehensive and advanced AI ML-driven unified operational platforms is revolutionizing key infrastructure sectors across the globe. With a key focus on digital cities, next-gen data centers, smart campuses, smart utilities and spaces, healthcare facilities and infrastructure, and more. The organization ensures its customers benefit from its cutting-edge solutions that are tailored to the latter's unique requirements and growth objectives. At Astricos, innovation and impact are at the heart of everything we do. From transforming smart cities to revolutionizing industries, we've collaborated with global leaders like Schneider Electric, Dell, Aviva, Intel, and Hexagon. Our solutions power intelligent command centers, optimize data centers, and enhance emergency response systems, touching lives across continents. With projects spanning India, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and beyond, we're driving sustainable, tech-driven growth worldwide. Our journey is fueled by cutting-edge technology, strategic alliances, and a vision to redefine smart infrastructure for a better tomorrow.
नया आसमान खुलते हुए देश को उड़ान भरते हुए हमने देखा है। सुबहों के सूरज उगते, शामों को सुकून बनते हमने देखा है। दुनिया से कदम मिलाते, खुद की पहचान बनाते हमने देखा है। बाजुओं को मजबूत होते, ताकत को सबूत देते हमने देखा है। हर गांव, हर शहर से होते, कंधों से कंधे मिलते हमने देखा है। उम्मीदों की डोरबेल बजते, नए दरवाजों को खुलते हमने देखा है। पहले कदम से लाखों कदमों के मंजर को दिल में समेटा है। दहलीज से लेकर सरहद तक हर कोना महफूज हमने देखा है। हमने देश को बनते देखा है, हमने देश में बनते देखा है। सीपी प्लस, हमने भारत का कल, आज और कल देखा है।
Integrated Command and Control Center, Chennai Safe City. To enhance the safety and security of women and children in 8 major cities across the country, a surveillance project under Nirbhaya scheme has been implemented. Chennai, being one of the metropolitan cities in the country, was chosen for this project. The implementation, operation, and maintenance of the Safe City Surveillance Project has been awarded to Madras Security Printers. 1,750 key locations have been identified for camera pole installation, and an average of 3 high-end 5-megapixel cameras. The total number of cameras are 5,250. The seamless streaming of the surveillance feeds from these locations will be viewed at the Integrated Command and Control Center in the Office of the Commissioner of Police, Chennai. The police personnel will be monitoring these in 3 shifts around the clock to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the Integrated Command and Control Center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software, and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the Integrated Command and Control Center, the type of instance and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help track the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute base to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCP and 12 DCP offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims.
May I request all the delegates, those who are standing outside, please come inside. Once again, I request all those delegates standing outside, please request you all to come inside. Ranjit, can you ask everybody to please come inside? Because we need to start the conference, we are already late now. Please, sir, come inside, sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to the Chennai Safe City Summit 2025. We have the chief guest with us, General Barar, who is our chief guest for today's function. Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Barar, PVSM AVSM General Officer Commanding Indian Army, along with Madam Padma Jaiswal, who is an IAS from Puducherry, and the distinguished other speakers in the inaugural. Now we are going to have the lighting of the lamp before we start our conference. May I once again request those who are standing outside, please come inside. Thank you. May I request General Barar to please light the lamps. May I request Mr. Raj Chervital also to join us? Oh, I was looking for you at the lighting of lamp. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the Chennai Safe City 2025. We have been discussing since morning, since General Saab had come, and we've been talking what is smart and what is safe. Now we have a very, distinguished speakers in the inaugural session, including General Saab itself, who have a lot of knowledge what is safe city and what is smart city. And the distinguished speaker, Madam Padma Jaiswal, IAS, was also contributing a lot of things on the safe city as well as smart city. Now, if you see the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji's vision for smart city is slowly now moving to safe city. Now, what is the difference between smart city and safe city? In a layman word, if I have to say smart, which doesn't flood, as we said in the morning, and safe, if we can save somebody's life. Day for yesterday, I was watching a TV clip from corridor to carrying a heart to save a person in Ames. So this is a corridor which we need to build in every city to save the people. I know our population we can't control, but at least we save the people. Now, in one of the conference, in one of the chief guests has mentioned, wherever you make a smart city or a safe city, make sure one of the PSUs is shifted to that city. Because if you look at the moment, all the PSUs are located at Delhi. Let's say if we are making a safe city or a smart city in Puducherry, let's put 2 PSUs there, automatically the population will move to Puducherry, or to Trivandrum, or to Chandigarh, or for that even Karnal. So wherever you put a safe city or a smart city, make sure the PSU is also shifted. Once the PSU is shifted, the ecosystem also moves. So then you create a city, what General Saab was saying, then there will be a lot of space for roam around in the city. It's like an advertisement. When you give an advertisement, make sure there are some space people to read the ad. But normally what people do, they put as much as matter in the advertisement, and the advertisement is zero visibility. It looks like a newspaper reading. So I don't want to get into more on those because we have experts to talk on that. What is safe city and smart city? I would like to introduce our chief guest. Can we switch off the slide, please? The chief guest for today is Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Barar, PVSM, AVSM, GOC, Dakshin Bharat area. Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Barar, PVSM, AVSM is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Kadakwasla, and Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, and was commissioned into the Armored Corps. The General Officer, with the career spanning 38 years, has rich experience of serving in all terrain and operational areas with tenures in Jammu and Kashmir, Manipur, Nagaland, Assam, Rajasthan, Ran and Kutch, and has served in United Nations missions in Congo and South Sudan as sector commander, both high-risk missions. So General Saab have a very vast experience. The General Officer has 2 Masters of Philosophies to his credit and has done 3 computer courses and is now pursuing PhD. He has done Defence Service Staff College in competitive merit toppers the higher in command course, and was also awarded with the Thesborg Prize during the course at prestigious National Defense College. Lieutenant General Barar has rich experience in capability building and has been part of many Make in India initiatives. He was part of our team, he was part of the core team for inception of Army Designs Bureau in 2016 and was part of emergency procurement team to Russia in 2016. Post is attendant and Director General Armored Corps. In his previous tenure, he was institutional in initiating the fortified numerous projects to include light tank, Zorawar, Swan drones, Titan drones, software-defined radios, identification fixed or for situational awareness system, etc. In addition, he has the distinction of being part of the team which took the first T-72 tank to Ladakh sector way back in 1987. He has led a delegation to Bangladesh to conduct a joint Indo-Bangladesh seminar on United Nations for keeping the for peacekeeping at Dhaka. I think this light need to be switched off more. In 2016, as General Officer Commanding of the division led by Battle Group to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Executive in the Russia and Ireland in 2018. So he is our chief guest of the conference, and our guest of honor, Madam Jaiswal. May I request all of you to please give him a general with vast experience in the industry. I can learn from him. When I was talking to him, he was talking about all the products. So we can see and we can listen to him what he has to tell us about the technologies on the safe city and the smart city. Padma Jaiswal IAS is working as Secretary to Government to the state and union territories and currently posted as Secretary to Government of Puducherry. An Indian Administrative Service IAS officer of 2008 batch, Agmud, Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Mizoram, JNK, all UTs. Cadre. A civil servant who has held significant leadership positions in Delhi, Goa, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, the union government, state governments, public sector companies, statutory regulation institutions, in election commissions through deputation, and in Delhi Municipal Corporation in the capacities of Deputy Commissioner, Director and Secretary. The responsibilities in the job assigned included implementing the government schemes, programs, projects. The native of Chandigarh, completed school and college education in commerce and management, did master's degree in business administration from Punjab University Business School, Chandigarh, and a research fellow of University Grand Commission, holds a degree of company secretary. A marathon participant. Hobbies are reading books, gardening, poetry, yoga. So there is a lot to talk about Madam as well. I don't want to get into the full details of this because we are getting late. Now we move to the keynote of the session. I request Prashant to come and give his address. Prashant.
Good morning, everyone. Can we have the presentation ready? So we have been talking since morning, since General Saab came in, and he asked, "What do you mean by smart?" And that's what Shashiji was also talking. What is smart? What is safe? And obviously, as the champion of the subject, Sumit sir gave us pretty good answer, which everybody can understand, because our definition of smart was always running into technology. And Sumit sir gave a very generic definition of smart. The one line which I'm taking from Sumit sir thing is anything which can learn by itself according to the changes happening around it is smart. So that is one very generic thing which I learned today morning, which can make anybody understand what are we talking when we are talking about something as smart, or as he said now, the vision is changing from smart to safe. But why is that happening? Because see, when I see this 100 smart city mission and all this starting some 9, 10 years back, when our Prime Minister started speaking about it. And in fact, this question is being posed to me by a lot of people as to 100 smart cities we have completed. Have we turned any city smart? So I think a lot of people will have that question. On one side, we are saying we have completed 100 smart cities, but have we made any city smart? I think we have made the mindset smart. That's more important, because it has to be spoken first before delivering, and the base of that particular being the real smart city has been set because of that mission. We may not have turned the cities really smart to the extent which people compare to other probably international cities, but we have made the base ready and the basic building block is done, and now we have to build upon that. And that's where this whole safe city mission and safe cities is being spoken about, because when you have those integrated command and control centers, the utility, I don't know how many of you would have seen the utility of those command and control centers during COVID times. Because a lot of these command and control centers were utilized fully during COVID times in terms of aid dispatches, in terms of having that cross communication between the departments and effectively reaching out to people. It has been used. Or in fact, like Shashi sir was just talking about a green corridor being created in the city to transfer the heart from one city. It came to the airport, from airport to the hospital. The green corridor was created. How was this green corridor created? This green corridor was created just because of that control and command center, and where the base of that smart city was there, because multiple municipal, the traffic police, the administration, the various agencies came hand to hand through that particular thing, and the dispatches were made and the signals were controlled from there, so that that particular ambulance has a green corridor. So this is what smart is, and this is what the base for the safe is, where he said we could save one life in time. So each human life is important, and that's what the base for any safe city is, where we can impact somebody's life and either make it better or safer. When we say safer, it not really only from the policing perspective. Safer could be from many other perspectives. One of this was the example. So this is what the whole base is. Obviously, there are much more people. Ma'am is there, Sumit sir is there. He would probably give more insight into smartness in the safe cities of it. We are just one building block out of that. And with that, I would just put few slides, because detailed technical presentation will be done by my colleague in the proceeding sessions. So just what we are, I am from Norden, and Norden is a UK headquartered company. We are currently present in more than 50 countries. We have a comprehensive portfolio of whole ELV solutions. Broadly, if I have to name it: surveillance, public address system, infrastructure cabling, intelligent cabling solutions, the whole data center solutions. This is what primarily we are, and global presence, but with everywhere, as I said, we have presence across 50 countries. So we have a local touch, we have a local feel, we know what that particular country requires. That's what, like just an example, even though we have been a UK headquartered company and a European product typically would be acceptable all across, but we inlined ourselves to the vision of Prime Minister of Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have taken a first step, and next quarter our first product, which is designed, developed and produced in India, will be running out. by next quarter. So everything, even the IPR is registered here, design is registered here. That is the next generation of the thing. So similarly, we are already trying to do something made in Africa, made in Saudi. Though obviously, just because of honestly, for a company, the economy of scales and the size also matters. India is much bigger, so we could undertake up right from design level. But for other countries, we are only not the design level, but the production will be local. This is the mission, as we say, putting it whatever, making it in line with the local commitments. This is a broader product portfolio in terms of surveillance system, cabling system, access control, public address system. Few projects which we have undertaken across the globe, be it as you can say, right from the buildings to the airports, to the convention centers, to hotels, sports halls, stadium, universities, hospitals, the safe cities, smart cities. And with this, I would rest my presentation, because detailed technical product presentation will be taken up with by my colleague Parikshit in the proceeding sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Now I request Dr. Sumit Chaudhary, who is the founder and chairman and managing director of Gaya Smart Cities, who has been a consultant to few smart cities and safe cities in our country. I request Dr. Sumit to come and address.
Good morning, everybody. So I founded the company Gaia Smart Cities. Now we just call ourselves Gaia. But when the Prime Minister started the Smart City mission, and because we were a small company, we got a chance to work with a lot of companies. The bigger ones had to do fewer, but we got 14 cities that we worked with. And my journey with smart cities and the technology of smart cities started at that time. Before that, I was in the telecom industry. I was a CIO for Jio before that. So I came in with this whole concept of instrumenting a city, connecting a city through networks, bringing the data and doing something with that data. That is what we used to do in the telecom industry. I took that knowledge and brought it into the city domain for implementation. And some of the things that Prashant mentioned about COVID and data centers and command centers, we were the consultants to the smart city of Agra. And if many of you might recall, Agra was one of the first cities that went into lockdown. And incidentally, 1 month before the lockdown had started, we had actually inaugurated and launched the command center. So we became the first command center in the city that became a complete COVID response center right away, from day one. And when the entire lockdown happened, we could manage the entire city, as he mentioned, from one location. The police came into there, the city came into the facility, and it became the most happening place inside Agra. We coordinated food delivery, medicine delivery, everything sitting over there. We created apps. We did a lot of work. Now, when we were talking about smart cities and we said, what is smart? And I was giving my example of anything that learns and improves itself. How do you learn and improve yourself? You learn and improve by having sensors all around, getting data from all kinds of places, and then analyzing that data. Understanding where weather is, where water logging is, where people are moving, where people are unsafe, where there is crime, where there is traffic violations, where there is traffic, people are not following rules, and people are getting hurt. So what happened over the last 10 years when people say 100 smart cities got delivered? The one use case that was very successfully implemented across the whole country, across all cities. Many of the use cases did not work out. I am the first one to say I've worked in more than 7 cities where we were the program management consultants and 14 cities where we did the SCPs. And I've worked on multiple safe city projects as well. The one use case that has worked out very well is actually surveillance and traffic management. The traffic management worked because there was challans being created and the challans were paying for a lot of the infrastructure. I think that is one of the reasons why that part of the smart city projects really took off. So today, lo and behold, 10 years of learning from there, the focus of the smart city mission has moved to two specific areas. It is now in the safe city area, and the other one is Swachh Bharat. I don't know whether you know, in New Delhi, the entire smart city team has now been merged into the Swachh Bharat mission team. And incidentally, I have been sitting as the program management consultant of the Swachh Bharat mission in Delhi for 2 years, in Delhi, when it first started. So I have got very deep association with how these programs of the smart cities and safe cities and Swachh Bharat missions, actually the vision was excellent. The execution of some parts of it was excellent, but that is India. You will always find some things which are good, some things which are not good, and we learned from it. That is what makes it smart. We learned from it and we said, these two use cases are working fine, so let's improve these two use cases. And that is why you're going to see more funding coming into the safe city projects, more funding going into the Swachh Bharat mission, because those are the two use cases which changed the mindset. I think that is one of the things that you mentioned today, is that it changed the mindset. It changed the mindset of the government. And I'll ask Madam to also talk about how this was the first time various departments of government got together to solve the problem of the city. Before that, the secretaries would not even get into one room to discuss the city. They were all doing water, somebody was doing police, somebody was doing road, and they would not come together. So therefore, you had lots of places where digging was happening, repeated digging was happening, still happens in many places though. But when we started doing these presentations in the early days of the mission, all the secretaries of all departments got together and started talking about one unified pot of money that needs to be spent to make the city smart or safe or beautiful, right? So it changed the mindset of the government that we need to work together to work in creating common infrastructure. But one of the things that we did not learn, one of the things that the Prime Minister talks about and why the Smart City Mission is called the much maligned mission, is because we did not learn how to make it sustainable. We did not create structures which allowed these command centers and the data centers and the infrastructure that got built to become self-sustaining for a long time. And that is what the major problem is today that is being solved. We need to change how these SPVs got created. We need to learn from the mistakes we did. Only then we will become smart. The analysis has been done. The realization is there. Now we need to act on how to make the infrastructure that got built as part of this tens of thousands of crores that got spent into meaningful, impactful infrastructure that is going to improve your lives. Now, coming to safe city projects, several use cases have been pointed out in almost every city, how these cameras that were placed, how the analytics that has been added, how the processing of this data has actually saved a lot of lives. A lot of lives of finding lost people, children, finding culprits in various crimes. And we have got the police and the city working together for the first time in these cities. Otherwise, police and city were two different things. There were duplicate infrastructure. I don't know whether you know it or not. There are 7 different camera installations across Delhi of totally different departments. They don't talk to each other. We need to get to a point where all the city facilities, all our authorities who are installing these work together, eyes out on the street, being able to analyze things together to create our lives better, making our lives better, to making us safe and making us spend more quality time with our families. So I'm going to end here and hand it over and talk more about it in the other sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. The next speaker is Mr. Raj Chirubal, who is the Executive Director of Chennai Smart City Limited. I will also welcome Madam Seema Agrawal, IPS. Madam, thank you very much for joining us. She is the DGP and Director, Tamil Nadu Fire and Rescue Services. Thank you, Madam, for joining us.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Respected guests, Madam, somebody who's been very helpful to us, and friends. So since time is short, I will make this quick. First thing, every seminar there's always a discussion on what is smartness, and the way I look at it is, Indian cities have a long way to go. We got a lot of problems to solve compared to a Singapore or a London and so on. And Hong Kong, Singapore, some of my favorite cities had 50 to 100 years to do their work. London, Paris have had 300, 400 years to do their work. So we as citizens, politicians, bureaucrats, technocrats, we cannot sit back and say 100 years we'll fix things. We need to leapfrog. And the example I always give is that smartphone. When I was a kid, somebody has to give a fake doctor certificate saying they got heart condition to get the black phone, because otherwise there's a shortage of phone. Today, even a poor person can afford a phone and improve their lives, improve their livelihood, because we didn't put copper wire everywhere like US. We didn't put technology like, basic, brick by brick we didn't build. We just jumped and leapfrogged, right? So similarly, our cities don't have 100 years. We need to leapfrog. And how do you leapfrog? That's where smartness, technology, etc. comes in. So my favorite way of putting it is 80-20 rule. Can we find the 20% of the problem? Because we have limited resources. We can't go fix all the potholes one day, all the tree problem one day. So what is the 20% of issue that is causing 80% of the problem? Can we use data to find all that, fix it so that life suddenly becomes better compared to today, and so on and so forth. So I'll stop with the philosophy of it. I was wondering what smart technology I can talk about, because smart city and of course Tamil Nadu, Chennai, there's so much happening. So I figured I'll take another approach, because safe city, immediately we talk about crime and so on, and I'm sure a lot of people will talk about. Chennai and Tamil Nadu are accident capitals of the world. A lot of people don't get to home or office because they die on the street every day, right? I don't know the exact numbers now. And this is a safety aspect that we pretty much got used to. And one of the reasons is because we are not able to control cars, we are not able to control the vehicles on the road. It's logical, more vehicles on the road, more death. It's very simple. And unless you have strict enforcement like other countries, you're not going to get there. So I'll just, okay. So this is actually a live project. I don't want to give too much detail because it's actually happening on the street. It's an intelligent transportation system. Yeah, the project was envisioned, I think, quite a few years ago. It's very simple: reduce congestion and improve safety on the road, and if possible, reduce congestion and so on and so forth. I think every city has these problems. Every city wants to solve these problems. So for the technical people, it's again very simple. How do you do traffic management? You do through optimization of signals. Today, actually, police people actually switch it on and off, or they have probably fixed timing. But when the congestion happens, the local constable starts, switching on and off, depending on the traffic. It is one way of doing it. This is not how advanced city does it. Advanced cities look at it in a city-wide level, and then they make decisions on how to do traffic. Because, for example, Mount Road traffic may have an impact on Punamali traffic, etc., etc. So a person standing at a junction obviously doesn't know what is going on beyond what is visible by the eye. Sorry, to go back. Intersection improvement, etc. Then the other, that is the police side of things. The other side of things is the bus information system. You can ask yourself, if you want to reduce congestion on the road, there is a carrot method and a stick method. You need both. The carrot is better buses, better metro rail, etc., etc. So that, hey, you have a choice. You can go in a beautiful bus, beautiful metro rail, and so on. The stick has to be there, which is the parking management, chalaning, red light violation, speeding. Because without the stick, the carrot doesn't work. Without carrot, stick doesn't work. Every city on earth has a carrot and a stick if it is functioning properly. So even though MTC is one of the leading bus companies in the country today, there's a lot to do. I mean, the optimization, route rationalization. You'll suddenly see that there are empty buses in one route. There'll be like overcrowded buses in the other route. These are systemic problems from around the world. So we're trying to solve those things. I won't get into too much of the details of it here. And then, of course, one of the things is to figure out, okay, if there's an accident, why did that accident happen? Plus, what is happening around the city so that future plans can be made. These are all the objectives in the project. Just quickly, 165 junctions as we speak. Punamali High Road, the 19 junctions are getting done. They're putting all the infrastructure in place to test it out. There are a lot of other things here I won't get into. The bus system, depot management, passenger information system, all these things are there. And on the traffic police side, there are about 50 junctions will have red light violation, speed detection, so that if you speed in that area, you'll get caught, and so on and so forth. Obviously, 165 junction is just part of Chennai. There's like 400 odd junctions, plus Avadi is there, there's Tambaram, etc. So if this succeeds, we could always multiply. Just to quickly say how we went about the Nippon Koi, one of the Japanese consultants, this is JICA funded project. So Nippon Koi did the analysis in this way. You have the core of the city, which is the green, but they also analyzed all the way to the outer ring road and so on, because traffic comes from somewhere else, right? Traffic here didn't appear from the nowhere. It came from somewhere else. So the study was done. In the core area, they'll have adaptive traffic control. So simply what that means is that you look at it from a corridor perspective. So you want to give a green, you want people to move 5, 6 signals and then stop, because people get frustrated if you have to stop at every signal and go. So they start cutting red light, they start speeding and so on. So if you can predict and say, look, I can get to 4, 5 signals, then I'll have to stop for a few minutes, seconds or so, and so on and so forth. Red light violation in junctions have to be improved. A lot of junction design itself is wrong. Then, of course, in the larger area, for example, the ATCC, automatic traffic counter system, that's basically saying, let's figure out what's happening around the city in the larger area so that the planners can start deciding. If Metro Rail has to decide tomorrow, where does the Metro Rail, the future Metro Rail should be, of course, they'll have studies and all that. But these kinds of control, way of studying on a daily basis can tell you where is the development happening in the city, where are the malls coming, etc., etc. I'll get through. These are technical things. I don't want to get into too much. So there is an ITMS platform, which basically means the data that's coming from all over the city will be fed into the central system, which starts telling which signal what to do. All of you are technical experts, so I don't have to explain these things to you. Anything else here? Bus intelligence system and so on and so forth. So the red dots, the green dots are the first figuring out where are the junctions itself is a major study. So there are like n number of junctions in the larger area, out of which we have taken 165 junctions based on accident data, speeding data, past violations, and so on and so forth. So a lot of studies have gone in, and unfortunately we also got stuck with the 1-year COVID period. So studying data collection, etc., was a major headache, but somehow we've managed it. So one of the things very important, for example, this is how you can have compact junction, you have non-compact junction, and all these things have major impact on how people behave. So if you have a right turn and if you don't give a right turn lane, people start piling up in the middle. So all the straight going traffic, you'll see in Nandanam and all, you'll see they'll do a big, they'll go around the traffic, because everybody waiting to take a right turn is sitting in the middle of the junction, right? So all these things, simply by putting technology alone, you can only get to so much. You need to actually make difference in a physical infrastructure to make a difference. All that hopefully will happen soon. Just to quickly tell you how these things work, some of you may not be experts on this, and I'm also not an expert, I'm not a technical expert. There'll be number plate recognition camera on different directions, so it'll basically it'll start studying how long the queue is on this side, how long the queue is on that side. Similarly in all the other junctions, and the central system starts saying, okay, you know what, I better release these guys first before I release those guys, and so on and so forth. What is interesting is that in advanced countries, they will have more junctions than what we have. They may have mid-junctions. They'll put junctions where there are no junctions at all, because traffic is like water flow and so on. I mean, you need to control. You can't send everybody into one junction and say somehow magic will happen. So you need to be able to control at different parts. Hopefully from the first phase, we'll be able to say, okay, between these two junctions, we need another junction in the middle. Or take it from a safety point of view. Where can you cross the road in an Indian city? I mean, most people, see, I always joke that when you see an old lady running across the road, we people who go in the car, we say, look at these uneducated people. But you don't realize that that lady has to walk 2, 3, 4 kilometers to cross the road. Or she has no choice but to run across the road. And just next time you see somebody doing bad things, don't immediately blame that person. Think of yourself in their shoe and ask yourself, what would you have done? Right? In the hot, humid Chennai sun, if you're asked to climb 2-story foot-over bridge without an escalator, without an AC, and cross the road while you go fast in an AC car, Ask yourself if the roles were reversed, right? So think of safety not from light and traffic light point of view, but from human point of view. And then there are other things, red light violation, these are no big deal in the world, but for us it's coming. So the idea is that it all depends on the stop sign, where you should have stopped versus where you stopped. What is interesting is that if you go to Singapore and all, there's a concept of a yellow box, blocking the box. So typically what do we do now? We just go sit in the middle of the junction. You may have red, but you sit in the middle of the junction because you thought it will become green, right? In other countries, if you're caught in the middle of the junction when your light is red, it is your problem. You get a ticket. Because before you cross the stop sign on your side, you have to make a judgment. I have green now, it's going to become a yellow. Do I have time to go to the other side or I'll get a ticket? So what do people do in other countries? They'll stop. We see a yellow, you know it's going to turn red, you just speed up a little bit. The other side is blocked, so you go sit in the middle of the junction. So a lot of improvement can be done to improve traffic flow, but without these technologies, we can't dump it on the policeman's head and saying, Paranga, he's not doing his job. You can't put so much burden on a human's head. You need technology, right? Anyway, speeding is the same thing. Somebody is not supposed to go fast, your number plate is recognized, you get a challan in your WhatsApp. This is interesting. A lot of places there's accidents happening. So there are going to be cameras and whatnot to figure out, helping the public and the police to avoid accidents if possible. But if an accident happens, to analyze and improve the infrastructure better. Variable messaging system is obvious. In other countries, they'll tell you, hey, don't take this road, take that road. You'll reach airport faster and so on. But of course, nowadays Google does that. So I always wonder what is the use of a variable messaging system anymore. Of course, if you're going fast, you may not want to look at your phone, you may want to look at your variable messaging system. This I told you, there are across this larger place, there'll be counters so that the planners start getting data of how to plan the city. I'll get bus system, simple, like Singapore and everywhere, there are sophisticated computers in the bus. Earlier it wasn't there, but now the new buses automatically have it. Using this system, using systems in the depot, you can start telling people, telling the bus driver, the conductor, the passengers, everybody how to improve the bus system. So soon you will be able to see that, okay, 5C is going to come in 5 minutes, 6C is delayed or whatever, right? So people can start predicting their travel. Also, very importantly, they can start rationalizing the routes. So they can start sending buses in different places where the people are, rather than simply saying, I'll just keep running the bus up and down here. So all this is already pretty much there. This is very important. I'm not a technical guy. I'm not a IoT guy and all that. My point is to think, how do I communicate this to a bureaucrat, a politician, or a public? What public wants to know is how much time was reduced, how much petrol was reduced, and if you're if you're an activist and so on, you want how much carbon was saved, etc., etc. So what we are hoping is to measure this project not in terms of how much money was spent, but what did we gain out of it? And what is interesting, and this is theory, but we'll see if it's real. So these kind of systems pay for itself in a matter of few years because the petrol saved, time saved, etc. The initial investment may cost look big. But if you add up everybody's time wasted, petrol wasted, you actually get the money back very fast. I'm hoping this is true, and we'll do that fast. Thank you so much. And
thank you, Raj, explaining what the smart city. But my question, I'll ask this end of the inaugural session. How do we make the existing city as smarter or as safe? Because the DTP, the district town planner, has already given a lot of buildings to be constructed, let's say 10 years back. And we thought of making smart city and safe city now. So how do we are going to make the safe city or smart city with the existing infrastructure or existing buildings we have? Having said that, the next speaker is Madam Padma Jaiswal IAS, who is the secretary from the government of Puducherry. Ladies and gentlemen, put a hand for welcoming Madam Jaiswal. Madam.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. Good morning to our chief guest of the occasion, Mr. Barar, who is GOC Dakshin Command Area in South India, and the esteemed speakers who are sitting on the dais, and the presence in the room of all the esteemed officers, private sector participants, and the other consultants from Government of India. So we are today here gathered about to discuss about the application of technology in making our cities more smarter and more payable and more employable. Now, I would like to, so many speakers have dwelt upon various aspects of technology, and they have even have critically commented about the application of the smart cities, about which we are discussing today. So I would also like to offer about on the basis of my experiences, that I am presently posted in Puducherry and is handling the departments of IT and Economic and Statistics, Sanic Welfare. So Puducherry is the union territory. It is the place where Government of India implements its various projects and concept proofs and the projects which it has to implement countrywide on the pilot basis. So before implementing a particular project, Government of India implements the concept proof of that project in the form of pilot projects in the UT of Puducherry. So UT of Puducherry is one of the common ground where the pilot basis of the project is first implemented. So all the projects that we are discussing about, say like sanitation project, the cyber security project, the smart city projects, that has been implemented in Puducherry on the basis of pilot. So we have whatever the recommendation and suggestions and the feedback that we obtain, that is implemented across the country. So out of that particular feedback, what I have been commenting here today is about the applicability of the smart city projects towards making the life of the common citizens much better. Now, the Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, vision is about Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat, that our 4 trillion economy, which is at present will become 30 trillion economy by 2047. So this is the Viksit Bharat vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. And in sequel to this particular vision, UT of Puducherry also hosted the UT conference, because mainly in union territories we have the urban sectors. Like I have also worked in most of the urban places, like in Delhi, in Goa, and now I'm working in Puducherry. So these all places are quite urban in nature. And so our vision of our Honorable Prime Minister is that the vision is about the cities being the income generators for the country. And if we want to achieve 30 trillion target by 2047, as it has been set up in our Viksit Bharat, then cities have to play a very important role, and they have to become the income generators. Now, worldwide, what is the trend is that the cities are only the places which are generating 90% of the income for their own respective countries. Now, if we see USA or if we see Australia, the various cities like New York and the various cities like Sydney, they are only generating 80 to 90% of the income for their own country. So this is the trend and the pattern which is very uniform across the globe, that cities are the income generators. Now, from the very beginning, from Industrial Revolution era, we have seen that wherever the industries were set up, the urban centers have developed in that particular places. For example, whenever the industry of automobile sector or any other kind of manufacturing unit were set up, the sprawling of the population, it began to attract the people from all the other places, from all the other sections or the outlying areas to that particular junction, and that used to become the city, that used to take part as a city. Now, slowly and gradually, it also contributed towards increasing the income, increasing the lifestyle, increasing the recreation activities, and improving the income quality and the lifestyle activity of the people. So likewise, cities will be the activity centers. They will remain to be the income generation for their places. So we cannot ignore city, and if a country has to develop, they have to take into account the development of the cities in their areas. So now the smart city project is a very, very ambitious project of the government, where various projects are being identified. Now, first of all, it started with 50 cities, then it moved over to 100 cities. So at present, we are having 100 smart cities where the government is taking a special specially consideration and specially monitoring and evaluating those places, that what are the various feedbacks that we are receiving out of that implementation of the smart city projects. Now the concept of city is that the small place, lot of population, and then the economic activity is there. Now, how do we try to maximize and optimize that particular place? Now, if we establish some infrastructure project there in terms of maybe sanitation line, in terms of maybe Wi-Fi project, or maybe laying down the fiber cable, or any infrastructure like building, so it will give economies of scale. And out of that economies of scale, we will be able to generate more resources and more revenue. So this is the concept behind the smart cities. Now, this is the era of technology. The entire world has become the global village. So out of that, now why we are applying the technology so as to maximize and optimize our returns when it comes to our smart city projects. So one of the major, technology these days is an AI, artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is mainly a concept, and it has got subsequent, technologies with which it is able to implement itself. One is machine learning, the other one is deep learning, and likewise the blockchain, and so many other emerging technologies which are coming, which are the data crunching technologies. Now, AI is basically about datafication. Now, we collect the data, we try to, make our computer systems learn that data, and then computer system, out of this technology of machine learning, they try to evaluate, they try to learn, they try to give us the feedback, and they become a human being in a kind of a system. So likewise, now we are having many applications of these kind of systems, AI surveillance systems, say safety and security projects in a city. So like we have to see that it is giving us the returns in times of surveillance, but it has its own challenges. Now the benefits, there are downsides and there are upsides of the AI projects. The downsides are that the surface area of the attacks have been increased. Now we are more subject to the cyber security challenges, and our data will be compromised. The privacy of the people will be encroached upon. The privacy of the various people, their behavior, like what I do during the whole day, the surveillance on myself will be increased. Now my behavior patterns, when will I come home, when will I go from my home, when do I attend my office, with whom do I meet, all these kind of behaviors will be captured in the system. And so it will encroach upon my privacy. So now the latest, of late, the government has also cleared this data protection bill. Just I think 1 or 2 months back, it was in the pipeline for 2-3 years. Now, since we are having more and more application of these projects of AI, so government has to come out with the passing of this data protection bill. Now this data protection bill is very important, because now that only that data we can incorporate in the project, about which we have taken the consent from the people. And we have to be very, very mindful of creating any kind of AI project, that we have to see that yes, the data which we are using has been properly consented upon, which is having the integrity, and which is having compatibility, and which is properly consented, and which is properly disclosed. This kind of regulatory mechanism which has been enforced in our country is very important. I think the private sector, it is very important from the private sector to please go through this Data Protection Act, because the penalties and the levies and the various kind of punitive actions which this particular act generates, it really throws upon lot of, the knee-jerk reaction from the industry that the penalties are very severe in nature. Because the government is taking it very, very seriously upon the encroaching of the privacy laws while we are enforcing any kind of AI mechanism or the surveillance tools. Now, since security and safety project, which we are in particular talking about this Chennai Smart City project, that it is, amounting to laying down the surveillance cameras throughout the cities, like in terms of public interest, maybe when it comes to safety and the security of the citizens, this act, data Data Protection Act can be compromised, can be relaxed, and it can be exempted, but still we cannot free ourselves from the implementation, from the fallouts of this particular act. Now we have to see that these blinkers or these particular intelligent traffic management systems which are in place in the cities, they are recording the data throughout, throughout 24/7. But they are generating alerts only in few occasions when they find something, some breach happening on the site. But otherwise, this 24/7, the data capturing mechanism, the simulators which are engaged in that, the sensors, they are doing their work 24/7, and they are all putting that into our data servers, which is being run by the private vendors. So while we are entering into any kind of contract with the private vendors, it is really very important from the government and for any other agency that please we should define properly the various kind of the clauses and the legal agreements that enter into this particular agreement. That what are the conditionalities and what are the responsibilities and the duties of each and every party, and what is the commitment of the private sector when it comes to data privacy and data security of the common citizen. So all these projects of the smart city, this involves data in one form or the other, and Data Protection Act is a common and a natural sequel to these all technologies which we have to be very mindful of. Now our country is really slowly and steadily it is gearing up for the advanced AI projects, and so many other foreign countries are also showing so much of interest in implementing these projects, and therefore this privacy laws are very critical while we are implementing any kind of AI surveillance. And we cannot just totally, give ourselves totally to the AI systems. Like for example, if we have placed certain AI surveillance mechanism in the smart cities, it is not that, which is plug and play. We are just plugging it and now we are sitting back and we are playing. No. We have to keep human into the loop. Human beings have to be kept in the loop while we are implementing the these crunching technologies. Because if, like we just put plug and we just give everything to these technologies, it will create havoc in the lives of our common citizens, and the fallouts of these particular implementation of technologies will be huge, and it will exceed the benefits that we are discussing here today. So we have to be very, very mindful of implementing these AI technologies when we are running the show. And the second thing is, one thing more I would like to add about the cybersecurity. Now, so many private sector, service providers and applications people who provide us are sitting here. Now, when we are suggesting any cybersecurity tool or a software, we have to see that we should incorporate, the cybersecurity is incorporated in that particular tool from the coding, from the stage when it was in the coding. Now, when it was in the design, we were developing it. Now when it became the final product, and when we are suggesting the government that please take this particular product and this is the software, please install it to take care of the cyber security. No, it is not a practical solution. When you are suggesting a particular product, a particular video camera or any kind of surveillance techniques, please incorporate the cyber security from the coding stage. It should incorporate the cyber security from when it was being coded, when the algorithm was being decided, and when it was entering into the testing stage, and when it was getting accepted by the government. And the product, not at the time of product, please take this software and please implement it. No, this is not a right kind of approach to deal with the cyber security, because cyber security, like these malwares, like these ransomware attacks, like these malicious, all these kind of links, they are also leveraging technology and AI, and they are getting too much advanced. So we cannot just leave the cyber security at the point when we are offering the product. We have to make it a part and parcel of our daily, of the product in a very intricate and an integral way. So these are the various nuances as we have to incorporate when we discuss the any kind of AI surveillance or any kind of implementation of projects of the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will definitely improve our income generation and the quality of life in our smart cities, but we should also be very much mindful about the various fallouts that it will give in terms of privacy laws and other things. So we are into the discussions and deliberations on this particular very important topic, and there are very esteemed speakers who have very good experience in their own areas are sitting there, and we have to listen to them and deliberate them. And please feel free to discuss any kind of, any kind of queries if you have in your mind off stage and on stage. So I'll be glad to take any questions. And I think so the deliberation and discussions are still going on, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, put hands together and welcoming our chief guest, Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Parar, PVSM AVSM, General Officer Commanding Indian Army. Sir.
Jai Hind and Vanikam. On the dais, Shrimati Padma Jaiswal, Secretary at Puducherry, Mr. Shashidharan, Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Dr. Sumit Chaudhary, Mr. Raj, all distinguished guests and the audience sitting here. The theme today is Safe City Chennai. So to start with, if it is the safe country, you don't need a summit, it is the Indian Armed Forces. So let me start from acknowledging and telling you, and especially of the recent activity Operation Sindoor, that this operation you have seen a lot on TV, but this is not the topic, but definitely needs to be conveyed in just 2 or 3 lines, that this operation was very precise, was deep, was all across the adversary country, struck at the root and shook the country, and in 4 days they buckled up. So if all that has happened, it has happened because of a lot of things and a lot of effort and a lot of synergy. There is a narrative which obviously goes on what happened, not happened. So there is a war-fighting strategy that let the enemy or your adversary keep on guessing. Why should we correct them? So let them say what they have to say or what are they trying to negate or not negate. But the results are very clear to us at least. So we will not correct them. So I will leave it at that. So from the country, let me come straight to the topic, that is the safe city. So like we were discussing, what do you mean safe? Because safe or safety in itself is a very huge thing. You want your children to be safe, the women have to feel safe, as a person you have to feel safe in the city. So all this comes because of the system in which we are living, and as also because of the activities that you have to be safe on the roads because of traffic or other things as was discussed. You have to be safe from disasters. And so this is a huge concept. So rightly so, you can't discuss everything. So the theme has been focused more on technology and AI and how it can be used. So again, if I have to take example of safety of, let's say, women, it is very important because it is not only because of the issue of safety, but if the general public and women and they feel safe, the economic activity of that city or region increases, because everybody can go for work late at night. And southern India, by statistics, is more safe. And that is, I think, one reason when you say you analyze the data, that most industries and most workforce, eligible workforce is available here, and therefore the economic activity is greater here. So therefore, when we talk of the trying to make something safe, so I was just going through some of the data. I don't know whether you would have gone, which is the thing which causes the largest number of deaths in Chennai. It is CVD, cardiovascular diseases. Your lifestyle is almost to the degree of 40%. So if you have to make something safe, the policymakers have to firstly analyze what are the causes. So first, of course, is the lifestyle diseases, but second comes, as was brought out also, the road accidents. So if we have to address, let's say, road accidents, what causes the road accident maximum? I'm not sure of the data, but I think I can, without going into the data, because this is the same data which is there in the armed forces. It is because of two-wheelers and people not wearing helmets. So in the armed forces, it is compulsory to wear a helmet, except for, a sick officer. So that's how you make things safe. Unless, the point which I'm getting at is, if you have data, if you have this thing, you have to do an action. Because the technology in itself will not do anything. It is not a living thing. So the person who receives the technology, unless and until he takes an action. So if the result is that the helmets cause, then obviously the law enforcement has to make sure that most people wear helmets. There was a talk on, again, traffic management, that we have those smart sensors and other things. But again, I can tell you it's applicable. Most of you may have gone abroad also. But if you compare why things are better here and India, one thing which is plaguing, I think, most our cities is that if there are 3 roads on one side, 2 roads are unusable because there is some rickshaw or something else halted there, some cars are parked. So, you go abroad to some city, you just can't park a car. It will be pretty hit by something. So, roads are meant for driving. So, I think if that is enforced, I think our traffic flow will increase very much, which in fact doesn't require the sensors, it just requires implementation. Then the other reason why we have so much of traffic congestion, which is again all across, more so in North India, is nobody is following a lane driving. No, everybody is trying to overtake. Some two-wheeler is going like this. Somebody is coming from the wrong side. So that is again halting the traffic. Otherwise, if you make a model starting like I'm in Fort St. George, from there to this place, distance is about whatever 10 kilometers or 12 kilometers. Even driving at 40 kilometers, I will reach here in 15-20 minutes. But why does it take so long? It is not because of lights. It is because of all this. Because people, if everybody follows a lane, the whole column will reach at the same time. That's what we do in supply chain management and logistics when we are calculating a convoys for army deployment. So, there's a lot of things in army which one can see can be done in civil. So, like Northeast, Shillong has been in news lately, but if you go to Shillong, you go to Kohima, nobody will overtake, they will wait. The other side will be absolutely empty, even if it is a 2-lane, nobody will overtake because it's hills. And people just wait for their turn. So this kind of a thing for traffic requires technology, but also requires learning of civic sense. So if everybody realizes that it is better that you follow some kind of a civic sense, you will reach faster. The other thing which is, I mentioned about lifestyle diseases. You have to make your city or your group safe, obviously exercise. Why shouldn't we promote cycling? Like in Holland and Netherlands, everybody is cycling. You reduce the traffic, you improve your health also, you cycle to work. So, this decision has to be given from the decision makers, right? That you take one decision which improves the whole society. So if everybody, or as far as possible, there are cycling lanes, people are cycling to work, you will reduce the traffic also and people. And as you find, some people run to work, change to work. There was a recent, some news item that the river has been cleaned so much that people after work, they swim back to their home, 2-3 kilometers. I'm talking, I don't know whether the Coombe River here needs some cleaning. So, if the river gets cleaned, it is obviously affecting your health. Now, all our cities are grappling with AQI, Delhi especially, things are being done. But again, that is a safety which is not in front of you, but it is harming the health of your children. It is doing a lot of other things. It's like smoking so many cigarettes in a day, as all that data shows. So therefore, and then we are filling up spaces, which the point which I discussed. The army areas are at least 3-4 degrees cooler than rest of the places. The AQI is much better anywhere in Delhi included. But I am stating that somebody wants that army area also to be taken. Army has no problem. Wherever we go, we'll make that place, because that will become prime land. Whichever city army is there, or whichever area, that area becomes prime. It is not prime because it is prime. So, but that area will then, go back to the usual as others are. So therefore, if Delhi is surviving, it is surviving because of 2-3 lungs which are existing, and Delhi Cant is one of them. Similarly, you can talk of Bangalore. Of course, the AQI and other things are much less. There have been 2 cyclones in my tenure which have happened. Of course, there have been other disasters which I have handled, because Dakshin Bharat is under me. That is Wayanad and all, you have seen all that. So, that is again something which the data, of course, it's not a city-related safe thing, but Puducherry, like cyclone Fenjol, which happened. So our columns did a wonderful job, got appreciation from the Honorable Chief Minister himself. There was a dam which was opened, and that dam water flowed into the city. The data is available that when you open a dam, where will the water flow? So, this kind of a geospatial intelligence and all this network has to be seen, that you don't flood the area which itself has been struck by a cyclone. I know whether Madam Jaiswal is aware of this. So we said that why you opened that dam. But anyway, there was this kind of a miscommunication. Cyclone Migjom, which happened in fact, it struck Chennai. So that was last year. Again, we deployed and all others are deployed. The main reason why some areas got flooded was because there is no place for the water to go. And that is something, and actually again quoting Fort St. George, it's a low-lying area, but we were the first ones we didn't have any water logging. Because we have created spaces where water can go. So the town planners have to see that you have water harvesting pits, or there are so many solutions which you can do. But point is, whatever data or information you have, that has to be translated to action. And action is only done by people in authority. If no action is done, then, of course, the technology will give you data. Another point which happens in most of our projects is we implement a project and don't see the outcome. Now, you may have all the information or data, but is it helping you? Again, thanks to AI, chat, GPT, Grok and all that, I don't know, again, this audience is aware, but at least the information which it fed to me, which is the city which has the highest number of surveillance cameras in the world? It is Chennai. It is 657 cameras per kilometer. It is in the world. That is what at least the AI chat GPT or one of these told me when I queried. So even if it is not this thing, but you have so many surveillance cameras, but where is the data going? After all, the surveillance cameras have been put, but are they resulting in something? Has the crime rate improved and things like that? But definitely, Chennai, again, I compare to rest of the cities of India, the crime rate, the traffic management and so many other things. And as far as safe city index also, if it is concerned, I think the southern cities and Chennai are generally in the top. But definitely, they are not comparable to some other cities of the world. So if we are trying to, improve, we should not pitch for that we are better than some North Indian city. We should pitch for something which is best in the world. And that is what, again, I'll come to Indian Army. That's what we do. So the shock to the world is that how is Indian Army, which was generally considered good, has taken on 3-4 other countries. The adversary was being supported by not one, it was being supported by 3 other countries, major countries, and including USA indirectly also. So, that is something, and that's why you find the reaction coming on the diplomatic front, because suddenly they don't want things to upset their laid down, hierarchical approach of power equations of diplomatic and all other things which are laid down as per the world order defined by a few countries. Anyway, that's a different topic. Another thing which I think I just mentioned was that anything which you do should be indigenous and make in India. Your data security, of course, and all that, but I'm talking of there should be no software or anything by which your data leaks out to our adversaries, especially China. It is going to be highly misused. It is going to be misused on the social media platform. It is going to be used in many, many ways. So maybe in an effort to generate early profits, because as they say, that people don't have to go to the border to fight a war. You can be a nationalist by suffering a little loss in your profits, but make sure that everything is made in India, or as far as possible, or don't go for anything which is like that, because it will compromise. So that is not only for defense equipment. Defense, of course, is very, very this thing, but I'm talking of, because, the domains of warfare are now, again, I was mentioning that, are not stuck to a border. It is not a physical fight. There are domains which are cyber domain. There's an information domain. There is a space domain. There is electromagnetic domain. All these domains are working at the moment right now. We are at war right now. The physical action of a non-contact, some missiles going, are just a result. The missile can only strike a target if we have information. Why did we struck everything so precisely? It was because of the information which we had, and we could do that. So, trying to, all this is peacetime. The end result is just 20 minutes or 23 minutes, as you would have seen on TV. On 9th May, 23, 9 airfields or 11 airfields struck. So, the info domain or the AI and everything has to be absolutely the IPR. We don't have a LLM or launch, people are making an effort to make AI models. As far as possible, we should start for smaller models, which we can curate ourselves. You see, the large language models which are being done by countries or the companies abroad, maybe you have to use it, but it's time we started making, and I think some of the companies have just started or given by the government to make those AI models. So I can continue in all this, but definitely information, as I said, also corrects the narrative. Because, you know, if some things are done previously, anybody did anything and then there was no proof. But now with so many surveillance cameras around, you can always pinpoint the criminal and you can always give proof. Again, going back to the Shillong thing, I think the main reason the incident which has happened is because the camera footage was there. Otherwise, you know, the whole incident could have been whitewashed. So I will not continue longer, but I think as I started, the health is very important. So there are many startups which are giving you wearables. There's a public health surveillance system which needs to be put into effect. In the Indian Armed Forces, we do a yearly medical, so we are, you know, following a pattern of health. So generally we are better health-wise okay. But I think the other, everybody has to possibly look after their health. And safety now, again coming back to the army part, because during this Op Sindoor, I mean, there's nothing to hide. There have been some drones which have been seen flying over Chennai also, over Tambram and some of our militaries. Because, you know, those are smaller ones. They don't make much this thing. So, you know, this safety is now not only limited to your personal safety or health safety. It is also because there's something called a hybrid war, which is constantly on and constantly against a narrative. So if this information of the is there with the, you know, the law enforcement agencies, it becomes simpler. So in one case, you know, I'm talking of Bangalore, we sighted a drone. So that drone, we had something with ourselves that we could trace the drone, and that drone was from some marriage party, and that person had some phone numbers from Pakistan. So he was doing that for them. So, you know, this kind of a thing has to be integrated now. It is, so I'm saying it is not just safety of the city against crime, women and all that. It is against, you know, in Russia, you must have, again, that's news which happened. Ukraine sent trucks 2,000 kilometers. But in India, because of money or some other influence, nobody has to send trucks. Somebody can possibly influence people around here, and they get misled. So, you know, we have to be safe from this aspect also. It is not, you know, Punjab border and J&K and all where fighting will take place. So we have to be safe from that aspect also. So I thought that I will sensitize you all on that also. Disaster management, of course, I mentioned, since we participated in NDRF is there, but then, you know, Indian Army has a much bigger thing, the bridges and all, which was laid in Wayanad and this kind of things, you may have seen that. So that is a safety aspect which we do. And I will only end up by, there was some reference to, I think it was a reference earlier also, smart is something that we learn. So what is a smart city? We learn from experience. But maybe on a little bit of a nationalistic tone, there is some thing of smartness which we are not learning, or maybe we are slow to learn. You see, how did the British command such a huge country for so many years? They divided us. So they divided us by the reason that they made one group not trust the other group amongst Indians. So they divided us into regions, into whatever groups, castes, etc., etc. So the one group never trusted the other group. So even now, you know, we don't learn from that mistake. We are not smart then. We still remain divided on certain issues. Yes, you can be divided on certain of your personal issues, but when it comes to certain national issues, or when you have an adversary facing right in front of you, then I think we should be smart enough, or at least wise enough to understand, because India is a country which we have, you know, the point is, it is not seen elsewhere. I don't think any country has faced so much of challenge anywhere in the world. Possibly Israel you can compare. But you see, you have something on the north, something on the west, you have other challenges around you. You have the bigger powers always trying to suppress you, either side. And all this is being handled. And then, you know, some of the regions, J&K and also, the armed forces are totally doing it quietly. So it is time that armed forces told you that you also have to participate in this whole of nation approach in keeping, you know, we can do ops indoor, but the larger narrative has to be built by the country itself in trying to, you know, make sure things are in the right direction. So it was very nice interacting with you, and I'm sure the next sessions will lead to some more fruitful and technical discussions. So thank you for inviting me, and all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the detailed discussion and presentation on what is smarter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the inaugural session. Madam, would you like to say something? No, Madam has come to listen to the experts this time. So I would like to request our chief guest to present the mementos to our distinguished speakers. First to Prashant. Sir ko dena. Then to Sumit. Then to Raj. Then to Madam Padma Jaiswal IAS. Now we'll all present the memento to our chief guest. I request Madam also to please come on to present the memento to the General. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a quick 15 minutes break. We'll back by 12:20 to start the next session. Thank you.
यहाँ कैसे ढूंढोगे?
Bengaluru-based Discreco's AI among the pioneers in building comprehensive and advanced AI ML-driven unified operational platforms is revolutionizing key infrastructure sectors across the globe, with a key focus on digital cities, next-gen data centers, smart campuses, smart utilities and spaces, healthcare facilities and infrastructure, and more. The organization ensures its customers benefit from its cutting-edge solutions that are tailored to the latter's unique requirements and growth objectives. At Discreco's, innovation and impact are at the heart of everything we do. From transforming smart cities to revolutionizing industries, we've collaborated with global leaders like Schneider Electric, Dell, Aviva, Intel, and Hexagon. Our solutions power intelligent command centers, optimize data centers, and enhance emergency response systems, touching lives across continents. With projects spanning India, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and beyond, we're driving sustainable, tech-driven growth worldwide. Our journey is fueled by cutting-edge technology, strategic alliances, and a vision to redefine smart infrastructure for a better tomorrow.
नया आसमान खुलते ही देश को उड़ान भरते सुबहों की सूरज उगते शामों को सुकून बढ़ते दुनिया से कदम मिलाते खुद की पहचान बनाते हमने देखा है बाजुओं को मजबूत होते ताकत को सबूत देते हमने देखा हर गांव हर शहर से होते कंधों से कंधे मिलते हमने देखा उम्मीदों की डोर में बजते नए दरवाजों को खुलते हमने देखा कदम कदम से लाखों कदमों के मंजर को दिल में सामता हर कोना महफूज हमने देखा हमने देश को बनते देखा है हमने देश में बनते देखा है हम भारत का गर्व
police personnel will be monitoring these shifts around the clock to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the integrated command and control center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the integrated command and control center, the type of instance and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help flag the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute basis to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCB and 12 DCB offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
Imagine a city where technology and trust go hand in hand to keep every citizen safe. Across India, 80% of smart cities still lack a comprehensive safe city solution. Every year, road accidents and urban crime claim thousands of lives. But what if we could change that using the power of AI? Analytics Safe City is transforming how cities protect their people. With AI-powered women's safety alerts, real-time crowd and traffic management, and smart cleanliness monitoring that works step by step. Here's how it works. In an emergency, a gesture or panic button triggers an instant AI alert. The nearest officer is notified, actions are tracked, and outcomes are reported. That means 50% faster response for women in distress, over 70% success in finding missing persons, and 30% fewer escalated crimes. AI detects crowd buildups, helps prevent stampedes, and cuts traffic accidents by 15%. Overflowing garbage? Not anymore. 30% fewer overflows and 40% better hygiene satisfaction. Even public transport gets smarter. No more overcrowded buses. With Analytics AI, the next bus is always visible, passengers wait less, and commutes are smoother, leading to fewer delays and up to 18% cost savings. With 95% data accuracy and real-time insights, city managers can act fast with full transparency and trust. Analytics AI powering safer, smarter cities in India. Ready to transform your city? Let's talk.
Thank you. My file. Kurian sir, my file. File. Just go ask them to come inside. All the delegates ask them to come inside. May I request those delegates who are standing outside, please come inside. It's already 12:30. कुरियन साहब सबको अंदर कर दो. May I request all the delegates, please come inside. Neetu, can you ask everybody to come inside, please? Please ask everyone to come inside. Prashant, can you ask Sumit to come inside? Sumit to come inside. जल्दी रखो. बट आप ना लोगों को अंदर करो पहले. रंजीत को उधर से फोन करो, बोलो अंदर आने के लिए सबको. सब बाहर ही खड़े हैं. Yeah, may I request all the delegates, please come inside. I also request all the speakers also to come inside. Please go out and ask everybody to come in. Please ask everybody to come inside. രാവിലെ 10 പേർക്ക് ഇഡ്ഡലി വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് അതും തന്നില്ല. ഇഡ്ഡലി അതുണ്ടായിരുന്നു രാവിലെ 10 പേർക്ക് ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റ്. നോക്കൂ, അതും അവിടെ വെച്ചില്ല. ആരും VIPs ആരും കഴിച്ചില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ആർക്കും കിട്ടില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഉണ്ട്, അതിൽ നോക്കൂ. ഞാനിതാ പറഞ്ഞത്, എല്ലാം നേരത്തെ നോക്കണ്ടേ. ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് VIPs എല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റ് ഒന്നും കിട്ടില്ല. VIP റൂമിൽ VIP റൂമിൽ ലഞ്ച് ഉണ്ട്, അതിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം ബ്രേക്ക്ഫാസ്റ്റ് രാവിലെ നോക്കും. ഉണ്ട് 10 പേർക്കുണ്ട്. ഹേമയുടെ അടുത്ത് ചോദിക്കും. ഇപ്പം അതിൻ്റെ പേയ്മെൻറ്റ് ഡിഡക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. May I request all of you, please come, all the speakers, please come inside. Transform building safer smart cities through innovation and collaboration. This is the topic of the session. The session is chaired by Dr. Sumit Chowdhury, founder, chairman and MD, Gaya. May I request Dr. Sumit, please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand to the chair of the session. The speakers are Parikshit Tiwari, Director, India Sales, Government Sector, Norden. Suresh Ishwar Buluju, Director, Pre-Sales, Astricos. M.A. Johar, President, Strategic Business, CP+. Arul Pradhan Singh, Director, Madras Security, Printers. Gajapati Chakravarti, Chief Executive Officer, INET. And Vikas Jairath, Chief Sales Officer, Analytics. May I request all the speakers to come on the stage, please? Yeah, it was bad for me to read this thing. I could not read the entire CV of the general. You need to, this light is bad. You need to reduce it or bring it down. These two lights. Yeah, it's very bad. Yeah. So, Sumit, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. So the session today is about trends in building safer, smarter city through innovation and collaboration. So as I was mentioning in the inaugural session today, that one of the biggest learnings that has happened in this country between officers and companies is that they have to collaborate to implement large-scale transformation projects. First, the government learned how to bring their various ministries, various departments together. The cities learned how to cooperate with each other, cooperate with police, and work together. And then finally, when the tenders started happening, there was an MSI and they had to work with at least 7, 8, 10 different vendors in collaboration to create the end-to-end story. This was the first time where that many vendors had to come together to implement a vision of a smart city, because it was not one technology. It was cameras, it was servers, it was storage, it was data centers, it was network, it was software of all types. It was IoT sensors, IoT networks, and then all kinds of analytics. The vendors were all different, and most people working together were doing it for the first time. So I think the trend of companies coming together for a common cause and creating solutions that are going to have a deep impact in your and our way of life happened through the projects that have been going on for the last 10 years. Very proud to be associated with this movement in the country, having facilitated many of these. And in fact, in the early days, most people did not know how to bring so many companies together to implement such government projects. I was working with Bell in Agra, and we had to do the workshops to bring all the vendors together, to draw all the diagrams, to look at all the APIs that need to come together. So this is the new trend, and this is the new way in which companies are working together to solve collective problems. So I have a very distinguished panel today here on the dais. They are going to talk about their technologies, but I would want all of them, this is my sincere request to the panelists, to talk about their innovation and collaboration of how they work with other companies, where they integrate, how they work in public-private partnerships, how do they innovate in this new domain. So the session, I think we don't have the list, or do we have the list of speakers? Speakers are not. Okay, I'm going to just mention the name of the speaker and call them to give their address and let them talk about their technology and their new and innovative approaches to work together. So I'm going to start on my left. Vikas? So Vikas, over to you. Okay, I've got the list. Thank you. Yeah. Is this the same one? Yeah. Okay, so we have got the first speaker is Parikshit Tiwari. He's a director, India Sales Government Sector of Northern Communications as the first speaker. He's going to tell us about Norden. We heard a little bit in the inaugural session, but the more technical session is going to happen now. Sorry, I will. I'm supposed to follow a guideline, which I didn't have. More coordination required here.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Bharat Exhibition for giving us a platform to share that what Norden can collaborate or give that things on the technology perspective. Norden is a UK headquartered company, started operations in 1998, and it's almost 28 years we are dealing into the innovative technologies across the globe. In India, we are almost 10 years old company. We have done a lot of projects across that different verticals. We have the part of couple of that smart city project also, where that our innovative solutions and products can be part of that project. So I said that Norden is a UK headquartered company. We have started operations in 1998. We are almost present in the 50 countries across the globe. Out of that 35 countries, we have a direct presence. In 15 countries, we have a presence through a partner and distribution network. We have that, in terms of global presence, we are always adopted a local touch also. So that's we call local. That means the global approach and local that perspective of that things involved in the products. Our products are that mission is very much clear that we are a crafting innovative technology company where we are ensuring that the safety, security should be delivered to the end customers in terms of that our products. In terms of product portfolio, we are catering 6 product portfolio, starting from that Norden surveillance system, Norden cabling solution, Norden public address system, Norden access control system, Norden UPS power systems, and fire alarm system. Presently in India, we are only focusing on that Norden surveillance system, network cabling system, and public address system. There are a lot of products already in the market, then why people choose Norden? I have that answer for that because we have that wide range of product, starting from that building infrastructure from the cabling product, then get into the security surveillance product, and then we have that product which will give you, ensure you in terms of that reliability or uptime of the network. We have that health management software. We have intelligent cabling solution also, which will be a part of important installations of data centers where you can monitor that actual up and down time, what is the reason for the downtime. So that kind of wide range of product we have. We have that products are cyber security certified. As of now, we are also working for that STQC, which is shortly we will get into the products portfolio. Products are easy to integrate because it's, as Sumit sir told, it's a lot of not only one product, multiple products come into that command control center and you have to integrate that thing. Because we have already done a lot of installations in that smart city or other projects where that we have a part of one ecosystem where that VMS from somebody, PA system from somebody else, and camera is from our side, or maybe the software from somebody else. So that's why it is easy to integrate that technology. Then we have that HMS software also, which will monitor and give you a proper health of your device, camera, up, down time. What is that status of that network uptime? If it is down, what is the reason for the downtime? Plus, we have that all international certification, which will ensure that robustness of the product, whether it is a global certification or whether it is a local certification, which is applicable for that country only. What is that smart city and safe city solutions? As I have read one of that report, in that it is saying that building a urban safety through urban vulnerability reduction is one of the objective of a smart city. Other is that to build a safe through urban planning, management and governance and improve the governance of the safety. It is a mission started in the 21st century where the technology is involved in major roles and developing the cities into the smart and then making into the safe cities. So what all that key component of that smart cities? There are a lot of components involved, but I personally feel personal safety is the first most component which is required for the safe city. Then people will feel safe. Institutional safety is other factor which is also required. You have seen a lot of things are happening. People are approaching your that strategic locations for something to take out the data or maybe to harm that infrastructure. So that is also an important factor. Traffic and road safety is also an important factor which will again give you a good quality of life, and as said earlier in the session also, it will create a dedicated corridor if something is required for the saving of life. Then infrastructure security is there. Infrastructure to cope up with any kind of emergency. We have to build an infrastructure which will be cope up with any kind of, like pandemic, we have done it already in that command control center will help you to do a lot of activities from the command control center. Same way, if any kind of emergency will happen, so command control centers are enough to cater that all kind of solutions are there. So these are the key parameters of that smart city. In terms of what Norden is offering in that smart city is, we are offering a IP CCTV cameras, which will give you a very high resolution picture, which will record you and give you that in terms of prevention of any kind of things will be happen. If something is happen, that will be ensure that detection will be happen, when it is happen, why it is happen, and then we can respond to that thing and we can restore the things. So these are the key parameters of things. We have that cameras which will deal into that face recognition system, where you can high resolution cameras can be stored, that biometric image can be captured and restored. In case of any kind of investigation, that can be used for that thing. Then we have that command control centers emergency call box system, which is a PA, public address system. Like recently you have seen that in that mock drill time, there are a lot of centralized announcement happens, centralized sirens will happen. That is again a part of command control center. We can deploy that public address system, where you can address from central location to that entire city or state, that location, geographical location, to some message which can be prevent for that things. We have that SIP-based speakers, which will be integrated with that any kind of system, and you can work on that IP-based communication. We have that SOS box also. In case of field, that box is deployed, that can be pressed out and you can directly contact with the command control centers. These are some reference site which we have, where we have already deployed that our products, mainly that some of that important airports, some of the universities, some of that sports complex. These are the Middle East case studies we have. Again, same, some of that infrastructure buildings, some of that towers, some of that schools, universities. These are the Asia Pacific project references. We have done it, that Vietnam Safe City project. In India, we have done Varanasi Smart City, where we have deployed that more than 3,000 cameras. We have done recently that Safe and Secure Gujarat project, Vishwas, where we have deployed the cameras across 51 Nagar Palikas. There we can monitor that entry and exit of that state of that. They are capturing that number plate also, and they are detecting that, registering that biometric facial recognition also. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Parikshit, for keeping it within time. You have gained us some moments. Our next speaker is Mr. Suresh Ishwar Bulusu. He's the director and pre-sales of Astrikos AI. And I might have to step out after this speaker, so I'll just introduce the other speakers' names so that you know who's coming next. Our next speaker is M.A. Johar, who is the president and strategic business unit of CP Plus. After that, you've got Mr. Arul Prathan Singh. He's the director for Madras Security Printers. Then Gajapati Chakravarti, he's the chief executive officer of iNet Secure Labs Private Limited. So the last speaker is Vikas Jarat, and I apologize again for calling you the first, but that's okay. Yeah. So I will step out because I have a call to take at 1 o'clock, but I'll remain there till. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. First of all, thanks to the organizers, Shashiji and team. We meet once again. Thanks to all the participants on the dais. It's a pleasure to be with you, and the audience. We'll try to make it interesting for you as to what we have done so far in this space and how this session can be useful for you. I represent Astrikos, which has been in existence for about 10 years. While the presentation is on, I want to talk about a few other things which are important. So we are talking about Astrikos, which was born in Bangalore. Completely, the software is completely made in India. There's nothing which is either Chinese or any other countries at this point in time. We are partners to Schneider as global partners, and we are also partners to Dell. Our product is patented globally, WIPO as well as US. We have also set up an office now in Singapore. We have an office in US. We have business in Middle East. We are setting up an office there soon. We have business in LATAM, and we're also working with a few opportunities in Africa, North Africa more specifically. I'm going to talk about safe cities. Well, safe cities and smart cities. So let's start with the question, is it safe to be smart or is it smart to be safe? And I think it is definitely safe to be smart and it's smart to be safe. We have to look at it going as two sides of the same coin. Any city which is smart definitely has to look at the safety of the assets, the public assets as well as the private assets and the lives of people. And we have to look at a small accident which happens on the road can have a very big impact on the family. More recently, you would have heard about what happened in Chinnaswamy, which could have been avoided. So that is the kind of areas that we would like to talk about. I want to talk about some of the projects which we have been working on, which will be a good idea for you to understand how we work with the security forces, the municipal corporations, the city administrators, the private companies, other private companies, and how we actually stitch and orchestrate a solution which is going to take in inputs from various areas. Astrico's product, the flagship product, is called SIAP, Smart Interact Analytical Platform, which is a patented one. This is vendor agnostic. We can connect to any asset, whether it's on the IT side or the OT side or the IoT side, and even the enterprise technologies seamlessly as long as it falls into the IEEE framework. We have built over 300 data connectors to connect to these. We sit as a system of systems on all the other systems which is there and orchestrate to bring in a story which can be put up on the dashboard, which will help the administrators and other stakeholders to take a decision, which in turn helps them to bring in safety, security to the people around. We are working with the Dubai police. We actually started working some time back, and the product that we are talking about, the SIAP, is aligning with the vision that the Dubai police is looking at. Safety and security, which is imperative for all modern cities. All modern cities are getting very crowded, and as somebody mentioned, yes, if you have to come to the city, you have to look at traffic which is moving fast. You have to look at data security, because most of the work that we are doing is on software, it's on the cloud, and digitalizing the data and so on. The challenges that they were having in the predictive policing, they didn't have categorization of the offenses. They wanted to look at specific time zones and areas where crimes are being reported. And when I talk about categorization, it could be a small crime or it could be a very big one. They are talking about movement of known criminals through a database, video management systems, and so on. So we gave them a solution which can integrate with your VMS systems, your sensors, your cameras which are placed in the other places, and give them heat maps which tells them at which particular time in a day there are crimes occurring in some place, which particular time in a day they have traffic offenses, and then how to look at it. Emergency dispatch of your police vehicle or your ambulance or your fire vehicle, and effective and definitely I would talk about efficient resource planning. They're able to bring in all the players together to address a particular problem and solution that. So we could give them current vehicle loads, current people and pedestrians on the street, high traffic zones which are there, peak volumes and traffic offenses which are there. And Mr. Raj was mentioning a car is parked, so unmoving vehicles which are not moving, overcrowding because of shopping promenades or avenues, or emergency services, how they can be rushed to the situation, and optimal uses of the computer-aided dispatch system. And these are all different systems which have to be pulled together. The data has to be pulled from them. It has to make sense, and then you have to orchestrate that to bring a solution. And also VIP movements which are there. So we have a simple mantra. What we talk about is connect to the asset, collect the data, historize the data, analyze the data, visualize the data, and give you actionable recommendations in the form of SOPs, workflows, and so on. So we talk about it as a cutting-edge technology. We are talking about having over 300 data connectors which can connect to your IT systems, OT systems, and IoT systems, be it MQTT or Modbus or BACnet or REST API, we can connect all that. Vendor agnostic, our platform is validated by Dell. And Dell's enterprise push in the market, especially when there's a large amount of hardware being procured for smart data centers or smart cities, our name gets pushed there proper. Then we have Schneider, which is a global partner through whom we have delivered a lot of projects. In fact, even with Bell, BEL and TCS, who have been our master systems integrators, we have been able to deliver a lot of projects, including Central Vista, Namchi, Gangtok. Then we have done a crisis management system in Belagavi. We're currently doing phase 2 of Naya Raipur. Phase 1 has been completed. We are doing data centers for ICICI. One is completed in Hyderabad. We are moving to Jaipur, and very soon we'll have the remaining 19 to be implemented. Then we are also doing a data center for Cognizant. We are doing projects outside of India, where we are doing a district cooling plant in Qatar for a company which is actually in the cooling air space, and they have something like 23 centers, and we are started with one. We are going to be looking at all the 23. We are looking at large campuses, industrial campuses as well as regional campuses. We are talking to through Schneider, we are talking to Vietnam on a greenfield airport project. We actually worked on the Adani project also. We are talking to Hamad Port, where we have done some work and so on. So a lot of work for us, and we have a pipeline which is looking very demanding at this point in time in terms of requiring our services, and we are working towards that. So when we talk about this, I also wanted to bring to you the other area where we have worked on. It is the UP 112. UP 112 is something which it takes a pride place in our operations. So this started back, I think, somewhere in the middle of 2024, and the population in UP is 270 million at this point in time, 75 districts, and we have got an impact analysis report from that time to now of how we have moved the needle, not to make sure that, the challenges that they face, slow response time, reactive effort, inefficient resource allocation, in emergency times, there are difficulties in anticipating and reacting. Silos, different departments within the place were having silos. The data was not being transferred. And a lack of data-driven approach. It was more in terms of reactive. The solutioning was an AI-powered ICCC. Obviously, we set it up. A single pane of view for all the leadership team to take decisions, a dashboard which tells you more in terms of what recommendations are. Aggregation and enhancing of data quality. Then historian or history-led proactive anticipation of incidents, optimizing resource utilization, deployment, analyzing the trends, and identifying the patterns. So we can give you maps and predicting the future needs, optimizing first responder times, and integrating. I think one of the speakers in the previous session mentioned integrating all the silos of 101, 100, 112, 108 into a single stream, and then automated SLA tracking for all the work that is being carried out, and real-time call clarification. The numbers which are typically there, which we talk about, is the average call handling time, which was around 3.5 to 4 minutes approximately, has come down to 1.8 minutes, showing a percentage decrease of 49%. First call resolution from 50% approximately has gone up to 82%. Then agent utilization from 68% has gone to 92%. Field operations and patrol optimizations have moved from 6 to 10 minutes to down to 1 minute, which is a 90% betterment. Then patrol coverage, which was static, has now become dynamic because of availability of real-time data. Geo-patrol adherence has increased to 88% from 30%. Using location-based data, analytics, real-time visualization were able to make that happen. Predictive intelligence and analytics, crime forecast, which was mostly manual, has now become 87%. It is highly accurate. That's what we get to hear from them. Risk terrain analysis, which was paper maps, has now become live GIS analytics using ERSI and ArcGIS. Now, this has moved much faster to 80% now. Incident categorization, which was again not very accurate, has moved to 92% accuracy, and we're working more on that at this point in time. We also introduced something called a district ranking tool to keep kind of a competition between the districts which are vying to find out who is doing best. So in that, we have got update of frequency, the reports which they used to get, the leadership team used to get on a quarterly basis, they get it on real time, as on demand. Then review participation of the district in this area was about 45%, which has now gone to 100%. We are able to review all the 100% of the 75 districts which are a part of this. Then KPIs, which were a mere 5 to 7, have now gone to 28, and we are building more KPIs. And we go in with a subscription model where we talk about being with the customer for not just the implementation the first year, but all of the 5 years. And our USP is to give you value in terms of more models which learn from the historical trends that happen, and on that we are able to predict predict much more accurately. So in all, we are looking at UP 112 as something which is a very successful project, and we are now talking to other states. And as I'm talking to you in the coming week, we are going to be visiting other states to talk to the police and find out how best we can help them and so on. Some of the areas which I wanted to talk to you about is this the one? For So what I wanted to talk to you about is the certifications. We talk about cybersecurity-based certification. We are SOC certified, AES certified, and we have got 27001. And we have a whole lot of other certifications which is required for a smart city. And safety is a part of that. We have actually broken down our single product line into multiple products for ease of implementation with our customers. Some of the awards which I've got, what I would like to highlight is right in the middle. In running for the last 3 years, we have got the High Growth Companies Award from Asia Pacific done by Statista and Financial Times. That's something which I wanted to call out. Okay, this is a slide which basically talks about if you read it bottoms up, we are talking about our products, which are 5 products, which is all from the same family of CAP Suite. We have over 29 accounts where we are working or we have completed the implementation. We are in the support stage at this point in time. Out of the 29, 10 are in smart cities, 3 are in data centers, 4 are in other geographies, and we are working through a very healthy channel partner based go-to-market strategy, but we also have our own presence in some of these countries. If you look at the middle line, which talks about the improvement, somebody was saying, many of these, while the cost is high in the first year, it starts paying for itself when you get the data and when you're looking at the objective. So there's a tangible benefit of what you wanted to deliver, and yes, the cost benefit is added to that. So that is something we want to talk about. Trouble tickets, when you talk about cross impact, if in the AHU a fan is not working at a level it's supposed to work, and then it creates a problem for you, you're consuming more power to keep the entire system cool, and therefore the facility cool, and then your power bill goes up. We're able to do the cross impact of that, and before it fails, we're able to give you a trend saying that at this particular time and date it's going to fail, and you're able to fix that before time. So that's how you get your savings. Our team, between us, we have about 200 years of experience. My colleague is in the back of the room. He is the Senior Vice President for Products, and the others are also there outside. Some of our customers and our strategic alliance with Aviva, which is now a Schneider company, Intel, and then Tech Mahindra and TCS, L&T, these are all our MSI through whom, and BEL, through whom we actually address the market in the go-to-market strategy. We have a sales partnerships, which basically brings more work into our team. And then we have distributors, retail selling, which we talk about, VAR. Okay, this slide, I just wanted to spend a minute to say that the bottom portion talks about how we collect data. We can connect to, as I was mentioning, over 300 connectors are there. We can connect to anything in the IT space, IoT space, OT space, and also the ET space to draw the data from there. Once the connection is established, we extract the data, and it goes to the churn, the ETL, and then we create a data lake, data source. Then the third is the core learning engine, structured learning, unstructured learning, reinforced learning, and those kind of models. And we have a variety of databases, which can be MongoDB, or it can be, typically your Oracle kind of thing. And then the fourth area is the IT, AI advisories and insights. These recommendations comes based on deep learning which happens through the models, and we are able to also give you a physical digital twin, which basically helps you to understand the physical space better. You can actually travel to the digital twin, go to a particular asset, go into the asset and find out what is not working and find out what's the impact on the rest of the asset as well as on the facility. And finally, we are talking about how the devices are controlled through this entire process and are able to perform at an optimum level. We have an end-to-end asset management life cycle, and this helps us to kind of preempt any failure, any maintenance that is required, and helps you to manage your operations in a smooth fashion. So with that, I come to end. This is basically one of the facilities which you want to talk about. It's a video. It's pretty long. I would rather avoid playing that video, but I just want to tell you that we are looking at making your city safer, secure, and smarter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Ishwar Bulusu. And may I now call upon Mr. M.A. Johar, President, Strategic Business CP+, who's got a stall here on the topic Smart City Surveillance Empowering Safe and Efficient Urban Environment. Please, sir.
I think good afternoon, friends. Right from morning, we are discussing on one subject, the definition of smart and the definition of safe. I am here to discuss, and I will take and carry that further, that what does it make the city smarter and what does it make the city safer? You have safe cities, you have smart cities, but as the definition said, that continuous learning and improvement based on that learning is which makes the city smart. The second is that whatever infrastructure you have, automating that infrastructure to the extent that whatever you are learning, it is ready to handle that and give you the right picture at the right time to have the right decision making to curb the issues which are coming in or which are basically predictable or predictive mode of issue handling. So that is what the main crust of that how we make our cities smarter and safer. Now to make those analysis, you have to have the continuous monitoring. Now that can be done, and that is where we come into the picture. That the first thing for monitoring requires an eye, and we are that eye provider into the system. For making it smarter, we are providing that eyes. Now that was the era when we were providing eyes, and that is where Aditya Infotech raised the flag that the camera should not only be the eyes, it should not only be used for monitoring, it should have something more into it. And the objective of the surveillance system should not only be that what we are doing is that we are monitoring the things. What it should take, so when we started business in 1995, that was in IT, and after a journey of about almost 7-8 years or 10 to 12 years, we thought of that the new thing is the surveillance and the monitoring things. That is how in 2007, we launched the brand called CP+. And at that time it was luxury. It was the only objective is to monitor whatever is happening outside this, where I cannot put the person there. Now, moving further, in about 2007, then 2017, then 2020, 2023, it is all to meet the objective of the surveillance, which is getting bigger and bigger and wider day by day. It went right from monitoring to detection. The third stage comes is that monitoring, detection, and then recognition. And then fourth stage comes is that monitoring, detection, recognition, and then analysis. And the fifth thing comes on to this, that based on that analysis, what is the action you are taking, whether it is predictive action, whether it is the action what you are working on, whether it is a developmental procedure that, okay, the traffic here is more, you have to put in more resources, you have to widen the roads, or you have to put extra lights or extra traffic signals there, more traffic management, more pupil management, more service management, more. So those all things are there right from our journey from 2007 till 2024. Now what it takes in that is once you are developing things out, then you have to have a lot of customization because every city has a unique requirement. Every country has a unique requirement. So being an Indian or being in India, what we did is that first we made these cameras for domestic market. So we are the Indian company who made lakhs of cameras in the domestic market, and now wherever you see, every chai wala, pan wala, you will see a CP Plus standing there. So that is what the Indian companies, and that is where we come with a logo or with a word that Upar wala sab dekhta hai. So that is what is Upar wala, what we have made and sit at the top, and every household and the small shop owner has a camera. So we made that camera a general necessity of a person. But at the same time, we have to have things which is made for India. So in 2017, we made first factory, and then we developed it on 2023, we developed the second factory, which is India's third largest factory. So this is all development, and now because analysis is more, so we have put in about 300 plus R&D engineers who are working day and night on working on video analytics to give you the right kind of solution, right kind of analysis to the customers. So this is how our journey, and we believe in honesty, we believe in teamwork culture, wherein all together work out. We break all limits, but we know our limits, and we basically try to break that to have an advanced thing or a 1+ addition onto the limits what we were there last year. Focus on relationships, that matters for everything. What makes us on this journey is that we have got the largest presence in India as a surveillance company. Every corner of India is mapped by us. Either we have the distributor there, or we have the partner there, or we have our own service center there, or we have our partner service center there. We make sure that whatever you bought under the brand of CP Plus, that has been serviced properly, that has been working properly, that has been installed properly. And over and above that, what we are doing, I think you can read through instead of me giving you that we have got 30% CAGR, we have got 20% market shares of that, then we have got rank among the top security companies in the world. We have got 800 pan-India network. So these all things are there when we basically have crossed our limits every time to give you a better thing. Now, with this, we have started one more thing about 4 years back. We have started a mission tag program in continuation with the Electronic Security Council of India. What we are doing is that last man at the village who has to install camera, now he has been trained by our guys and he has been certified by Government of India through SIC. So wherever, he's got that proud feeling that, okay, I am a certified engineer. The second is that 60% of those installers, small installers, are now entrepreneur. They are buying cameras and putting in 2 cameras at one house, 4 cameras in one house, 5 cameras in one house. So that gives them the leverage of getting more into the market or getting into the system. Now comes on to this, what the topic ma'am also said in the morning. And the major thing is data pilferage. So believe me, the Government of India is very, very, very cautious as far as policies are concerned for using security systems or surveillance systems. So you must have seen, one is that every camera to be sold in India has to be passed through STQC, which is a government lab. They certified it onto the 32 points, which are basically called as for essential requirement for the cameras to get an BIS and sold in India. Now, this is the first policy which has been made in India. It has not been copied. Those standards are not been copied by somebody else. It has been made in India by in meaty officials, government officials, depending on to the security threats we have, depending on to the data privilege we have. So I'll not go much into the detail, but yes, the CRO BIS is compulsory for any domestic sale or any sale in India. Public procurement order, PPO for government procurement, you cannot sell any to any government agency without the STQC certification of your camera. Has to be indigenization. They are checking right from the supply chain of cameras till the software and source code of the cameras, so that there is no malware, ransom threat onto the cameras. So please go buy that. If it is STQC certified, go and buy that and be sure that it is the safe for your operations. Now, these all are call for R&D technologies and innovations, and that is what is the continuous process we have to take. So these all are our R&D things that we have got our in-house R&D lab, which is DSIR certified. We have got a lot of boost we have given to the R&D, hardware R&D, developing new products depending on to the requirement, hardware product and as well as this. We have got a lot of partners along with us who can, basically integration is a key which has to happen. So we have got a lot of partners who are helping us in producing. We have got our own team of 300 plus, 400 plus engineers who are purely on R&D and working on developing the hardware and the software. We have got AI powered solution completely in-house, STQC cybersecurity certified product. With all this R&D services, the hardware management, the third largest factory in India, manufacturing of cameras by our own, in our own factory by ourselves. We have introduced a thing that whenever you buy a camera, you are with CTC. What is CTC is CP Plus Trusted Core Technology. So you can trust us for the best and most secure camera available in India. So this is basically a CTC certified. What we do is that secure transmission, secure boot, data security, strong cryptography, algorithms, and tamper-proof. These are the 5 things which makes camera certified for our trusted core technology. And we are putting it there as a brand. These are, as I said, that nothing can happen without the integration, and we are open for integration and the best technologies and best working things available in the world. So we have got strategic partnerships with Dixon and VVDN, where some of our models are being designed, some of the production things and all. Our factory has been advised by or suggested by Dixon, who are the largest EMS company in India, making all Apple phones, whatever you have in India. Then we have got SOC collaboration with Umbrella, InnoFusion, Novatech, Realtek, Qualcomm. So we are working on 5 different platforms. So we earlier have got about 850 models, 850 plus models to cater to the market. Now, it is not only that. We are catering to the market right from the Panwala, Chaiwala, from the domestic market, from the home segment, from the building management system, to the high-end air bases security or army bases security and the police surveillance, city surveillance. So we have to work out on all 3 parameters and all 3 things. And that is where we are working on partner. Proudly say that we are working on getting into the manufacturing of most of the components in India which are being imported as of now. It would take time, but we are working on even the lenses, even the sensors, we are making on. The most important part is that we have tied up with L&T, design agency. We have tied up with MITI as a design agency for designing the chipset in India. So now Fab is coming on, thanks to Modi ji, their Atmanirbhar Bharat and all. We are working on so many semiconductor things in India, and probably in a year or 2 we will see that the day of the light. And for that, we have already started our designing process so that even the chipset, what you are buying it from outside, for security cameras and all, we should have that indigenized. So that is what our indigenization process, that is where we are working with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, that we will make at least the cameras as most secure. We will make cameras the product line. What we envisage is that we should make India a product company. So we are committed working on to that line, and with your support, the guys sitting here, all technology partners, all stalwart of the industries, I am sure that at least into the security camera industry, we will make India a product nation. We will export the major part of world requirement of CCTV camera from India. So we need your support on that. With that, I think I add my relish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johar. That was a very inspiring presentation. May I now call upon Mr. Arul Prathan Singh, Director, Madras Security Printers, to make his presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Presentation. Vanakkam. My presentation is on the subject AI-driven safe cities. So we have many distinguished guests today speaking about safe cities. So in the today's AI environment, how can we make our cities safer using AI? So MSP is a pioneer in delivering turnkey solutions for safe cities, smart cities. We do the end-to-end project implementation right from the active passive components, setting up the street infrastructure, poles, erection of cameras, connecting them to the power, connecting them to the network, and then connecting them to the control room, setting up the active and passive components in the control room, data center, and giving the final dashboard to the end customer. So we are CMMI level 5 certified along with multiple other ISO standards. We have implemented various surveillance and ITMS projects across India. So for over 48 years since our founding, MSP has been at the forefront of digital innovation, continuously adopting and delivering new technologies and projects successfully. So this is a quick overview of our portfolio for safe and smart cities. We have command control centers, ICT-based city infrastructure like OFC, public Wi-Fi, RFID, etc. Track and trace, traffic management, solid waste management, ICT solid waste management, not the feet on street, smart health, knock and sock, and of course surveillance. So what is a safe city? So we have an integrated command center, which is the nerve center or the brain of any safe city. The command center is basically a hub where all the data and feeds from the camera get aggregated and stored. Then the CCTV cameras, which feed information to the command center. A real-time monitoring system for monitoring the uptime or downtime of cameras, maybe NMS or EMS. And a AI-based solution for generating alerts and for analytics. So these are some of the alerts which smart cities and safe cities typically use today using AI. So you have camera tampering, chain or handbag snatching, crowd detection, vandalism. All these are citizen-facing attributes which alerts are generated. So coming to safe cities. China is the country which has implemented the largest network of surveillance camera in the world. I am talking about connected cameras, which are connected to a centralized control room. So the city in China is called Chongqing, which has the highest number of cameras. And in terms of number of cameras per square mile, it is actually Delhi which has the highest number of cameras globally. It is 1,826 cameras per square mile. So do cameras really make our cities safer? So we have some data from IIT Kanpur. So if you see, crime rate has reduced by almost 40% from 2018 to 2020. Unsolved cases has reduced, and recovery rates where there has been a crime and the case has been reported to police, recovery of a stolen object, mobile phone or jewels or vehicles, this has also reduced. So the data is there. It is not a hypothetical situation. It is a fact that cameras make cities safer. So coming to Chennai, this is data from a Hindu newspaper. This is from 2024. So after implementing Safe City Nirbhaya scheme, robberies have decreased by 16.8%. Dacoity has decreased, theft and revenge related complaints. Of course, cameras as well as smart policing. So why do we need safe cities? So you have seen the statistics, the numbers say that we need more cameras to make our cities safer. So it can also prevent crime by detecting any situations before they occur or immediately once they occur rather than a long wait time. Surveillance and monitoring for deterrence. So people see cameras everywhere, it acts as a deterrent. Emergency response, women and child safety, and data-driven governance. So with the central control room, you know where you are getting more alerts from, where people are tampering with cameras. So you know these are hotspots where you need more infrastructure. So we will go to the case study of Chennai Safe City. I'll just give you a quick highlight. We have a video, so I'll play that after this. So the project has 1,750 junctions, which we implemented. The field work was completed within 6 to 8 months. So which is almost 20 junctions per day. So we are proud to say that with the cooperation of the city and the police, Chennai is one of the cities to have done this kind of massive work in the shortest period of time. So this is the architecture which we typically follow for the smart cities, which again we'll cover in the video. So today we are looking at an era of convergence. So once the cities have a command center, you have data coming in from sensors, IoT sensors, cameras. A camera is also a sensor. Like environmental sensor, it also gives video data to the control room. So what happens now? We need this data to be open and interoperable. We need seamless integration between multiple video surveillance systems. So which is what we have done for Chennai Police. So the control room in the commissioner office at the 8th floor, we have aggregated feeds from different surveillance systems. So the authorities can have a single view. And our platform is seamless deployment. You don't need to deploy multiple services, multiple instances, multiple database, and any service goes down, the technician needs to check whether the application is talking to the DB or the n number of things. So it's a single package which can be implemented overnight. It can be deployed on cloud, on-prem, etc. So one use case which Chennai is the only city in India to have done. So you have panic buttons in Ola and Uber, Rapido. So normally what happens when you press the panic button, the alarm goes to the control room of the operator, and then Ola or Uber will divert that call to the police if it's in Mumbai or Delhi. So in Chennai, it is directly integrated with the police. So if you press the panic button, the live tracking can be done by the police instantly. So the response time to the emergency spot is practically nil because the live tracking comes immediately. Of course, cyber security is another challenge. We'll go to the video. So can you turn the volume on?
Cities across the country. A surveillance project under Nirbhaya scheme has been implemented. Chennai, being one of the metropolitan cities in the country, was chosen for this project. The implementation, operation and maintenance of the Safe City Surveillance project has been awarded to Madras Security Printers. 1,750 key locations have been identified for camera pole installation, and an average of 3 high-end 5 megapixel cameras The total number of cameras are 5,250. The seamless streaming of the surveillance feeds from these locations will be viewed at the Integrated Command and Control Center in the Office of the Commissioner of Police, Chennai. The police personnel will be monitoring these in 3 shifts around the clock to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the Integrated Command and Control Center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the Integrated Command and Control Center, the type of instance and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help track the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute basis to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCB and 12 DCB offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response, backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
So thank you everyone for being patient listeners, and we have a booth here. If you need any information or you need us to discuss any technology related aspects, we are open to discuss. Thank you.
That was very kind of Mr. Arul Pratan Singh to have wound up 4 minutes before schedule. Thank you very much, sir. That saves us a little. May I now call upon Mr. Gajapati Chakravarti, Chief Executive Officer, iNet Secure Labs Private Limited, to make his presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Bharat Exhibitors for this wonderful opportunity and organizing this Chennai Safe City Summit here. And I would like to thank all the speakers and really appreciate all your presence and interest for this summit, Safe City Summit. So first, I would like to introduce our company, iNet Secure Labs. So we heard about all the speakers saying that we are the eyes, we are the brains, and we are the hearts. So we are like integrating the eyes, the right hearts, and the right brain to provide a right solution to cater the requirements of our customers. So we are a large system integrators, basically. Okay, so that's how, we have been into, when I say the word large, how large we are. Like our single deployment is around 45,000 plus cameras that we have deployed on a single deployment. And there are more than 10 deployments where we have deployed 10,000 plus cameras in each of our deployments in the last 6 years. So that's how big we are And in the last year, we have grown 300%, more than 300% on our revenues by deploying various surveillance projects in India. So majorly, we are focusing here on surveillance projects, smart city projects, and AI-based video analytics projects. And we have the partners, all our partners here, and we would love to collaborate with everyone. And so this is a brief introduction about our company. And here my topic is like leveraging AI for safer roads. So that's the topic which I'm going to talk about here. So we know from morning, everyone is talking about smart and safe. Yes. So it is smartest to be safe, right? So we have the IoT devices, we have the 5G connectivity, and we have the AI. So the IoT devices and the 5G connectivity is all like without AI, it cannot be smart. So AI provides the smart solutions for every IoT device that is going to come up. So smart traffic management, leveraging AI for safer roads. So AI enhances the road safety. It improves predicting the hazards and preventing accidents. How it can optimize traffic flow, and also it reduces the congestion, traffic congestion within the city. And AI in transportation systems. Actually, what are the different systems? How AI is applicable in different transportation systems? One is it gives us the smart traffic management by using AI-powered traffic lights, which is adaptive in real time, and it can provide predictive analytics using ML, machine learning, and also it reduces congestion and optimizes the best route, the route optimization which it provides. That's how the smart traffic management can be achieved through leveraging AI for our roads. And accident detection and prevention. So, as Mr. Arul mentioned, like there were a lot of CCTV cameras that are being installed across the roads for road safety. So these CCTV cameras, which are now more than smart enough, because it carries the edge analytics, and also it has when it goes to the ICCC, we use a lot of video analytics to capture the right, what kind of incident it is going to make. So based on the incidents, the accidents could be avoided. And AI mostly works on like, it has to be, the data is more important, the real-time data. So how accurate the real-time data is, like the AI can perform accurately. And the data set is the most important part of the AI. And the data set has to be rightly built to provide more accuracy and to provide the real-time alerts, accurate alerts for accident detection and prevention. And for autonomous vehicles, like today we know there is ADAS technology, which are being implemented in every car. So this ADAS technology is again completely built on AI, vehicle-to-vehicle communication, V2V, V2X communication, vehicle to anything, like even if there is a human on the road or if there is a vehicle on the road, so it can communicate to everything. So it's autonomous vehicles which are coming out, so using AI technology, so which could provide more safety on the roads. So, and also we have drive monitoring systems. So we know that a lot of times when we look into this long travel buses or lorries or the trucks, what happens is the driver becomes fatigued because he is driving for continuously 10 hours, 12 hours, he becomes fatigued. And due to which there are a lot of accidents that happens, and that accident is like, it's a massive, like those accidents are very massive. And for those, again, the AI plays a major role there by identifying the behavior of the driver or the face of the driver, whether he is tired, whether he is fatigued. So
those type of behaviors are identified and the alert is created immediately, either to the owner of the vehicle or to the police, so that immediate action could be taken, and also there could be a notification, there could be a alarm there, so that the passengers in the bus can scream and make them to stop the vehicle, right? So these type of analytics can come only using artificial intelligence. So thanks to AI to play a major role in these areas. So there is an AI which can monitor the road condition also. So recently we have come across an application, which is just a mobile-based application, which can be installed on top of any vehicle. And when they drive across the road, it can tell us like where are the potholes on the road and where there are more accidents could happen, where are the sharp turns, blind turns on the road. So everything it could identify, and it could tell us, give us the report saying that, so these are the damages on the road and this could be arrested. So it's a very simple application, and it also tells us how much resources and the budget has to be spent for that. So for all these, so the AI is being leveraged for safer roads, right? So we have seen the applications. Now we are going to see the applications, smart applications where AI could be leveraged. One is for the traffic flow. As I already mentioned, smart traffic management for traffic flow. That is one application where we can leverage the safer roads. And the other is for the public safety. So for the public safety, it enhances the safety measures. And the next thing is the connectivity. Because today we have 4G, 5G connectivity across India and any place. Like we have deployed cameras even in very, very remotest places like Dayu Daman and Lakshadweep and all. So where we have, everywhere we have the 4G, 5G connectivity spread across. That's the seamless data connectivity that we have today. Because that kind of infrastructure, urban or rural infrastructure is available to make the cities smart and safe. And urban planning, these are urban planning. These are the applications where the AI could be leveraged for providing the safer and smarter roads. And the key technologies, so we have seen the applications where AI could be leveraged for safer roads. And now this is the key technologies where using these technologies, we can see computer vision is one technology for surveillance and traffic analysis where the cameras play a major role here. And machine learning, which is again a predictive analytics using the machine learning, which recognizes the pattern and it can predict the future. Like today, this is the traffic on this particular road, and in the next 3 years, 5 years, this is going to be the traffic on this road. How we can survey all this. And there is a natural language processing, that is another key technology which can be utilized, and IoT and edge computing for real-time data collection, because data is more important in every aspect, and geospatial AI for mapping and location-based insights for route optimization and all. So these are the key technologies that could play a major role in leveraging AI for smart traffic management. So these are the traffic monitoring parameters. One is the vehicle congestion, future traffic patterns using predictive analytics and machine learning, and real-time data, traffic violations, accident resolution. And these are the smart surveillance systems. One is the ITMS. So everyone talks about ITMS, which is integrated traffic management system. So this is a smart surveillance system using AI, instant alerts, road safety, and challan issuance. So the ITMS can ensure that the traffic rules are being followed, and if not followed, then it can immediately issue a challan. And even in the Chennai city, we have seen in places like Anna Nagar earlier, where this smart traffic, ITMS solution has been deployed. And it not only imposes tells us, but also it creates a deterrence among the citizens. So that is more important. The ITMS solution creates a deterrence, stating that in Anna Nagar when I drive, I used to stop the vehicle before the red line. because you cannot cross the red line, immediately the challan will be issued, instant alert will be sent and notification will come. And if you cross when the yellow light is on, then when you cross, then immediately the channel will be issued. So these kind of things actually helps, creates a safer roads for the citizens actually, ITMS. Right. So smart road surveillance, this is a smart road survey which I talked about, identifying the potholes on the roads where there is a simple mobile application that could identify using AI. So enhance safety, efficient resources and sustainable roads that would create. And AI enforcement for safer roads. What are the different types of analytics that could provide, that could be enforced for safer roads? That is, one is wrong vehicle on wrong lanes. So for example, a two-wheeler cannot be on the right side lane and a lorry cannot be on the left side, driving on the left side lane. So wrong vehicle on the wrong lanes, and illegal stoppage or parking of vehicles on the road, and helmet detection, triple ride, lane straddling, speed verification. So there are 10 plus violation types. There are 10 plus violation types, and there will be continuous monitoring 24/7. We don't see that whether the traffic police is there or not. It will be continuously monitored 24/7. And now the accuracy rate for any ITMS solution which has come as more than 95%. Earlier it was around 70%, 80%. Now the accuracy rate has been improved to provide more than 95%. It all happens because of the data set which is being trained, the real-time data set which has been coming up. So when we have more and more data sets, the AI could be trained accordingly so that it provides more accuracy. And these are the key capabilities of ITMS solutions. So when we look into ITMS solution, these are the things that needs to be taken care of from any government, any department. So when they look into ITMS solution, so what needs to be taken care of is how many lanes it can cover. A single camera can cover how many lanes, whether it can cover 3 lanes, 4 lanes. Because when there are multiple cameras, what happens is when the vehicle comes in a lane straddling, when the vehicle is standing in between 2 lanes, the number plate can be splitted in 2 different images. So that should be avoided. So maximum number of lanes that the camera should cover. So that is one thing. And the second thing is the resolution of the camera. So it's a 4K 12MP single, and moreover it should be a global shutter technology camera where global shutter technology ANPR camera where any number plate could be captured. Either it's a, we have different types of license plates in this country, whether one is a retro number plate and another is a non-retro number plate based on the reflection of the number plate. So all this could be, all these factors should be recognized before we selecting a ITMS application. So these are the key features of the ITMS solution what we have. Global shutter camera, which is a dual exposure, and the day-night operation with pulsed high-power IR flash. And when you see some cameras could not capture the image when there is a sunlight on the glass, in the front glass of any vehicle. When there is a sunglass on the front glass, then it will be fully glad and you cannot see the passenger inside, whether he is wearing the seat belt or not. So we cannot see it. But this global shutter technology ensures that we could able to capture the image even when there is a glare on the sunlight. Because this is how the image should be. Then only the AI could perform better, right? So that is why the data is more important. What we feed to the AI is very important. So now the AI for safe cities, surveillance and crime detection, emergency response optimization, disaster management. So these are the AI for the safer cities which we have. So, and this is one more solution. Sorry, the time is up. I'm just quick wrap up in 30 seconds. So AI for locked houses monitoring. This is one solution which has been deployed in a smaller town in Andhra Pradesh. So what they did is the police, the district SP, has identified a mobile application, has developed a mobile application, because there are a lot of burglaries happens in the locked houses basically. So whenever the house owner goes outside, he is out of the home. So for 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, when they are locked the home, what they do is they inform the police, and there is a small mobile application which they install into their mobile. And this mobile application, what it happens is the police will immediately install a camera in their locked home. which is a very SIM-based camera which can be installed, or it could be connected to the wireless, installed inside the home, and the door is locked. Now, if there is any human movement inside the house at any given point of time, so immediately the alert will be sent to the house owner as well as to the police, so that it could be traced immediately. So this application has been developed, and it is in use in Andhra Pradesh, one district called Chittoor. So the SP of that district has been using this application, and it is very evident that, so it doesn't cost much also, because the police station will have some 50-100 cameras in their hands, and every time when someone reports that we are going outside, so immediately they deploy the camera there and the house will be taken safe. So likewise, there are so much of role in the AI plays in safe cities as well as safe roads, so the AI could be leveraged. And definitely the AI integration traffic management system provides numerous benefits, improving road safety and also safe cities. And the AI revolution is going to be much bigger than what we are seeing today in the upcoming years. So based on the real data that we are feeding into the system, it is going to provide more and more accuracy, and it's going to help us. And that's all. And thank you for your time, and really appreciate all your presence here. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gajapati Chakravarti. You have much more to share. Anyway, we'll continue in the network lunch. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Mr. Vikas Jirat, Chief Sales Officer, Analytics, to make his presentation on the topic, Safe Cities of Tomorrow, where technology meets trust. Please, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am the lucky one standing between you and lunch, so just bear with me. I'll try to wrap it up in 10 minutes, quick one. Everybody has been talking about cameras, and cameras. Okay, what we do is, we are a small organization, not big with you, like you guys. We operate in a niche market segment, and what we do is we make these cameras intelligent. That's our core strength. So we have built a software which is built in India, which runs over cloud as well as in premise, and we can do different activities using that. I'm not going to bore you with numbers. These are the numbers. You can have a look. Everybody has been talking about numbers, smart cities. The only thing I want to highlight is there have been certain incidents over the past, and recent one being Bangalore, which could have been avoided. Everybody is so sad about these incidents, but the primary objective is that comes out of all this is we need proactive monitoring. It is not reactive. We want proactive. So that's the theme that we drive around smart cities or safe cities. It is not about being reactive to a situation, but being proactive. And what we have done is, there are X number of use cases we can do, but we have specifically focused on certain use cases which can have more impact in the environment, where the return on investment to the government or indirectly to the citizens is very high. These are again numbers. I'll leave them for a different discussion and quickly take you through the 4 use cases that we have elaborated on. We are worked on specific use cases which can help you do secure spaces. What I mean by that is crowd controls, traffic violation detection, intrusion detection. We have worked on specific citizen projects. Women's safety is huge in India. Lost person identification, identifying outliers, people who have criminal cases, identifying their faces out of the database for government and generating alerts for that. We have created a POC for smart transport, where you can have real-time data points with respect to, how many people are in the bus, when is the next bus approaching, so that I can avoid this bus, take the next bus. Driver, conductor can take different actions based on those alerts. And another thing which is basically highlighted thanks to Mr. Modi ji, the Swachh Bharat mission, we have tried to capture something relating to improve the livability conditions with respect to waste management. So I'll take a couple of minutes in trying to explain each one of them straightforward. You know, a woman or Vikas is in distress, as an example. I'll raise an alarm, I'm in distress. The alarm gets captured and based on the workflow can be sent to a beat constable who is very near to me. I can see that on the app that the beat constable is 600 meters. The beat constable can come to me or I can start walking towards the beat constable and then evasive action can be taken. Similarly, the same use case can be replicated in the medical side. There is a medical emergency, somebody can raise an alert and the nearest ambulance can be notified and all this happen on an app. And it can be integrated to a central app, whether it is 1090, a UP dial 100 or a 112, all this can be done. So it's an API based, we can connect our app onto the central apps. Identifying lost persons, as I said, you know, somebody is misplaced, we can look at the facial database, look at them, find out in real time. You know, so if there is a Kumbh Mela happening, it was happening there, but it was delayed. We can find out people from their facial recognition and look at in the database what was their last location and then map it and try and locate them. Going further, sorry. You know, this is very important. You know, if something like this, the management of exhibitions like happening out here, events, music shows, you know, whatever happened in Bangalore, if people implement these kind of solutions which are providing alerts with respect to crowd, then those will not happen. Because you can configure, I will configure the system to say there are 50 people. Once the threshold is crossed, I can generate alert. I can get the alert to the nearest administrative officer, the in charge of the exhibition or anybody and take evasive action immediately so that the actual situation does not deteriorate. And this is again a live product that we have available. I'll not talk much about this. Everybody has been talking about this completely. We do this all day in, day out. Vehicles coming in the wrong direction, overspeeding, red light violations, illegal parking. We can trap all these, generate alerts, integrate into the central system so that we can do the needful actions immediately. Next one, this is very close to my heart, so I'm going to elaborate a little bit on this. This is more in reference to, you know, garbage overflows. You know, we have our municipal corporations working day in, day out. Suddenly, one day, the municipal corporation guys don't come up. So, you know, if you have these alerts implemented, the nearest municipal officer will be notified that the garbage clearance has not happened for last 24 hours, need to be actioned. If it is not actioned within the next 3 hours, it can be sent to a higher authority for immediate resolution. Another thing we have also been able to do is, you know, general public places where there are public toilets, we can, using the IoT devices, measure the odor and implement alerts. The conditions of the toilets are not good, so we can generate alerts and send it to the municipal commissioner or the authority responsible to do the basic cleaning on day-to-day basis. We can integrate this with queue management at local toiletries so that, you know, if there is a queue, then, you know, somebody can go in and see what is the situation, why that is happening. So, you know, this is very close to our heart, and we are trying to implement this at certain municipal locations as we are speaking right now. Another one which, you know, probably some of us touched upon, this is again a real-time system that we have implementing. It's an automated passenger counting, so you have a bus, you have a depot, you can count all the footfall in the depot, you have an online app which can give you the real-time data of how many people are in the bus, so that, you know, if I am the guy getting into that bus, I know, okay, I will wait for the next bus will come in 3 minutes, I can wait for 3 minutes and walk into the bus which has less occupancy. So we are trying to work We have been talking to certain government agencies in India, but right now we are implementing a use case in UK for something like this. So as I said, I will try and wrap it up quickly. The uniqueness that we bring to the table is the software piece. We can work with people like CP+, we can work with MSPs like iNet, with Arul and everybody, and provide our software analytical solution backbone and platform for running these smart services. We have apps ready. These are our own apps, so we can modify it to the requirements very easily. And the best things that we bring to the table is the accuracy part. We provide and generally have an accuracy in certain cases of 99% plus, in certain different use cases 95% plus. And based on the requirement, government norms, we can store it on cloud or in premise basis. So that flexibility is available with us as an organization. And this is my last slide. So, just a quick snapshot about who we are. So we are a young organization working in the niche market segment, operating in the market since 2020, but predominantly in the retail sector. But starting January, we have expanded into the government and the financial sector and trying to implement different solutions. From a hand and feet perspective, we are 100+ people on the ground, mostly 70+ people who are the implementation partners who go out and implement the solutions. And we have been very successful. We are a bootstrapped organization, no investment from anyone, and we are profitable. So that's from us. Thank you very much for bearing with me. I know I was between the lunch. Please enjoy the lunch. We also have a booth. Please feel free. We can show you live demos of certain products that we have. Thank you very much.
So nice of you, Mr. Vikas Jirat ji. Now we come to the concluding part of the session 2. It's time to honor our panelists. May I now call upon our MD, Mr. Sridharan sir.
So, thank you so much, the distinguished panelists on the inaugural. And, this is an ecosystem we create that you all should work together and progress. As General Saab said in the morning, it should be all make in India. So, having said that, keeping that in mind, let's move to the next program, this, handing over the mementos to the speakers. And then we'll have a quick lunch. We'll come back so that we start the next session. So I request Chairman to present the mementos to Parikshit Tiwari first. Then to Suresh. Suresh. Then to Johar. Then to M.A. Johar. Then to Arul. Then to Gajapati. Then to Vikas Jairath. Vikas Jairath comes from the industry background, from the family. His dad used to be the MD for Bosch Telecom those days, in 1990s. And his name also is Shashi Jairath. I had the opportunity to work with him in 1992. Now I am working with his son. So that is what called the Safe City. To the chairman, we'll have a memento in the next session.
borrow 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
I must say, or I am tempted to say, this is a very excellent, innovation, hard work, where artificial intelligence meets human intelligence. And that is for the safety of the individual, the families, the vulnerable people, people in the disaster situation, and people who need help most. So I would call upon to make use of the offers made by some of our panelists to network right away on the platform, podium. So I hope all of you enjoyed. Let's have a wonderful lunch. And I also call upon you to be back here and get benefited from the rest of these innovations. I think which is otherwise, I challenge, it's very difficult to get such innovations, and all for free. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Bengaluru-based Districo's AI among the pioneers in building comprehensive and advanced AI ML-driven unified operational platforms is revolutionizing key infrastructure sectors across the globe, with a key focus on digital cities, next-gen data centers, smart campuses, smart utilities and spaces, healthcare facilities and infrastructure, and more. The organization ensures its customers benefit from its cutting-edge solutions that are tailored to the latter's unique requirements and growth objectives. At Escricos, innovation and impact are at the heart of everything we do. From transforming smart cities to revolutionizing industries, we've collaborated with global leaders like Schneider Electric, Dell, Aviva, Intel, and Hexagon. Our solutions power intelligent command centers, optimize data centers, and enhance emergency response systems, touching lives across continents. With projects spanning India, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and beyond, we're driving sustainable, tech-driven growth worldwide. Our journey is fueled by cutting-edge technology, strategic alliances, and a vision to redefine smart infrastructure for a better tomorrow.
नए आसमान खुलते हुए देश को उड़ान भरते हुए हमने देखा है सुबहों के सूरज उगते शामों को सुकून बनते हमने देखा है दुनिया से कदम मिलाते खुद की पहचान बनाते हमने देखा है बाजुओं को मजबूत होते ताकत को सबूत देते हमने देखा है हर गांव हर शहर से होते कंधों से कंधे मिलते हमने देखा है उम्मीदों की डोरबेल बजते नए दरवाजों को खुलते हमने देखा है पहले कदम से लाखों कदमों के मंजर को दिल में समेटा है दहलीज से लेकर सरहद तक हर कोना महफूज हमने देखा है हमने देश को बनते देखा है हमने देश में बनते देखा है सिटी प्लस हमने भारत का कल आज और कल देखा है
Integrated Command and Control Center, Chennai Safe City. To enhance the safety and security of women and children in 8 major cities across the country, a surveillance project under Nirvaya scheme has been implemented. Chennai, being one of the metropolitan cities in the country, was chosen for this project. The implementation, operation, and maintenance of the Safe City Surveillance Project has been awarded to Madras Security Printers. 1,750 key locations have been identified for camera pole installation, and an average of 3 high-end 5-megapixel cameras. The total number of cameras are 5,250. The seamless streaming of the surveillance feeds from these locations will be viewed at the Integrated Command and Control Center in the Office of the Commissioner of Police, Chennai. The police personnel will be monitoring these in 3 shifts around the clock to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the Integrated Command and Control Center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software, and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the Integrated Command and Control Center, the type of instance, and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help track the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute base to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCB and 12 DCB offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response, backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
Imagine a city where technology and trust go hand in hand to keep every citizen safe. Across India, 80% of smart cities still lack a comprehensive safe city solution. Every year, road accidents and urban crime claim thousands of lives. But what if we could change that using the power of AI? Analytics Safe City is transforming how cities protect their people. With AI-powered women's safety alerts, real-time crowd and traffic management, and smart cleanliness monitoring that works step by step. Here's how it works. In an emergency, a gesture or panic button triggers an instant AI alert. The nearest officer is notified, actions are tracked, and outcomes are reported. That means 50% faster response for women in distress, over 70% success in finding missing persons, and 30% fewer escalated crimes. AI detects crowd buildups, helps prevent stampedes, and cuts traffic accidents by 15%. Overflowing garbage? Not anymore. 30% fewer overflows and 40% better hygiene satisfaction. Even public transport gets smarter. No more overcrowded buses. With Analytics AI, the next bus is always visible, passengers wait less, and commutes are smoother, leading to fewer delays and up to 18% cost savings. With 95% data accuracy and real-time insights, city managers can act fast with full transparency and trust. Analytics AI powering safer, smarter cities in India. Ready to transform your city? Let's talk.
Bengaluru-based District goes AI among the pioneers in building comprehensive and advanced AI ML-driven unified operational platforms is revolutionizing key infrastructure sectors across the globe. With a key focus on digital cities, next-gen data centers, smart campuses, smart utilities and spaces, healthcare facilities and infrastructure, and more. The organization ensures its customers benefit from its cutting-edge solutions that are tailored to the latter's unique requirements and growth objectives. At Astricos, innovation and impact are at the heart of everything we do. From transforming smart cities to revolutionizing industries, we've collaborated with global leaders like Schneider Electric, Dell, Aviva, Intel, and Hexagon. Our solutions power intelligent command centers, optimize data centers, and enhance emergency response systems, touching lives across continents. With projects spanning India, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and beyond, we're driving sustainable, tech-driven growth worldwide. Our journey is fueled by cutting-edge technology, strategic alliances, and a vision to redefine smart infrastructure for a better tomorrow.
नए आसमान खुलते हुए देश को उड़ान भरते हुए हमने देखा है। सुबहों के सूरज उगते, शामों को सुकून बनते हमने देखा है। दुनिया से कदम मिलाते, खुद की पहचान बनाते हमने देखा है। बाजुओं को मजबूत होते, ताकत को सबूत देते हमने देखा है। हर गांव, हर शहर से होते, कंधों से कंधे मिलते हमने देखा है। उम्मीदों की डोरबेल बजते, नए दरवाजों को खुलते हमने देखा है। पहले कदम से लाखों कदमों के मंजर को दिल में समेटा है। दहलीज से लेकर सरहद तक हर कोना महफूज हमने देखा है। हमने देश को बनते देखा है, हमने देश में बनते देखा है। सीपी प्लस, हमने भारत का कल, आज और कल देखा है।
Integrated Command and Control Center, Chennai Safe City. To enhance the safety and security of women and children in 8 major cities across the country, a surveillance project under Nirbhaya scheme has been implemented. Chennai, being one of the metropolitan city in the country, was chosen for this project. The implementation, operation and maintenance of the Safe City Surveillance Project has been awarded to Madras Security Printers. 1,750 key locations have been identified for camera pole installation, and an average of 3 high-end 5-megapixel cameras. The total number of cameras are 5,250. The seamless streaming of the surveillance feeds from these locations will be viewed at the Integrated Command and Control Center in the Office of the Commissioner of Police, Chennai. The police personnel will be monitoring these in 3 shifts around the clock to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the Integrated Command and Control Center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software, and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the Integrated Command and Control Center, the type of instance and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help track the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute basis to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCP and 12 DCP offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response, backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
Imagine a city where technology and trust go hand in hand to keep every citizen safe. Across India, 80% of smart cities still lack a comprehensive safe city solution. Every year, road accidents and urban crime claim thousands of lives. But what if we could change that, using the power of AI? Analytics Safe City is transforming how cities protect their people. With AI-powered women's safety alerts, real-time crowd and traffic management, and smart cleanliness monitoring that works step by step. Here's how it works. In an emergency, a gesture or panic button triggers an instant AI alert. The nearest officer is notified, actions are tracked, and outcomes are reported. That means 50% faster response for women in distress, over 70% success in finding missing persons, and 30% fewer escalated crimes. AI detects crowd buildups, helps prevent stampedes, and cuts traffic accidents by 15%. Overflowing garbage? Not anymore. 30% fewer overflows and 40% better hygiene satisfaction. Even public transport gets smarter. No more overcrowded buses. With Analytics AI, the next bus is always visible, passengers wait less, and commutes are smoother, leading to fewer delays and up to 18% cost savings. With 95% data accuracy and real-time insights, city managers can act fast, with full transparency and trust. Analytics AI powering safer, smarter cities in India. Ready to transform your city? Let's talk.
Whatever. Just give it to them, no? They will do it. Just give it to them.
You heard the news?
बेटा सबको अंदर भेज, लेट हो रहे हैं. तो स्पीकर तो आए ना. Once again, may I request all the delegates who are standing outside, please come on the stage. Resilient Infrastructure Building and Climate Ready Chennai is the technical third session, is chaired by Shri L.R. Prakash, Director EY India. May I request Mr. Prakash to come on the stage here. Please come. Team, may I request all of you to please come inside. Mr. Jaisil P, DGM South, Projects and Solution Design CP+. Dr. Rajesh Krishnan, Founder and CEO ITS Planners Engineering Private Limited. Dr. KP Mani, Field Specialist ITN APC Chennai Metro Rail Limited. Mr. Anand Nanwani, Country Director India and South Asia Intelligence. Srinivaslu Tayan, CTO Auratech. May I request all the speakers to come on the stage. Srinivasulu is around? Yeah. Dr. KP Mani? Yeah, please come. Yes, Anand is already here. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start this session. Before we start the session, I request all of you, please stand for 1 minute for a silent prayer. The people who lost their life in the Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London, just now it was crashed at Ahmedabad after taking off. Let's pray for all those people, and we believe that some of them should have arrived. But let's pray for the departed souls, those who left in that flight. And I believe the former CM was also in that flight. We are still waiting for the full report on that. The flight took off and immediately crashed out at Ahmedabad airport. Let us pray for all the departed souls of that flight. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shanti, Shanti. Thank you. Now I request the chairman, Shri Prakash, to take over from here. Thank you. You have the file in it, yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it is indeed sobering news to hear of this disaster that has just occurred in Ahmedabad. And unfortunately, it's a stark reminder of the message that this session attempts to bring forward, which is about resilience, though it says specifically climate ready Chennai resilience, resilience as a subject in itself, when we are talking of infrastructure, is a most critical topic. Resilience is not about capacity building, how well you serve or how efficiently you function. Resilience is an acceptance that there will be disasters, that there will be challenges, there will be overloads, there will be accidents, there will be natural calamities. The question is that if you are building infrastructure, if you are building safe cities, resilience is defined as how well are you able to meet these challenges and how well are you able to respond to them and finally spring back into normalcy. Whether it's a flood, whether it's a statewide power breakdown like Maharashtra had a couple of years back, whether it's a natural disaster like an earthquake, resilience is how fast can you get back to normal. On a lighter note, probably we are not very resilient. We had some delays which have cascaded and therefore we have not been able to spring back to normal. Some people are still having lunch, right? It is not always possible to prevent things from happening to your infrastructure. Resilience defines how ready you are to face those out-of-the-way situations and to respond to them. And with resilience comes things like backup, comes things like graceful degradation, right? For example, you have a intelligent traffic management system. What if there is a network disruption? Are you able to localize? Are you able to gracefully degrade that some portions, some critical portions still work and some do not? Some critical portions end up having a manual backup. These are the processes, these are rather the design considerations which then lead to processes where you will be able to spring back into action, where you will be able to respond, minimize damage, localize damage, and then come back to normal. We have some very distinguished speakers here, each of whom represents significant players in a safe city infrastructure. We have CP Plus, as we saw in the morning, they are quite a major leader in surveillance solutions. We have Dr. Krishnan, planners. We have Dr. Mani from Chennai Metro Rail, which is urban transportation is probably one of the critical factors in resilience in any city, right? And I think I missed out a name, I'm not too sure, right? So I look forward to hearing from them about their ideas and on how their individual sectors or their solutions contribute to a more resilient and safer, I would say, safe city. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today's Safe City, Chennai Safe City Summit. Today, you know that the India is growing everywhere. These kind of smart city plans are coming up, but the surveillance plays major role in that. AI-driven surveillance and CP Plus is an indigenous products which will have robust analytics. So when we talk about, today morning onwards, everybody was saying about smart city, safe city concept. So in this one, you can see, I'm skipping it. If you talk about all the areas, CCTV plays a major role in that. You see crime prevention, law enforcement, urban public infrastructures, and safety zones, smart waste management, critical infrastructures, smart poles, video actuated signal systems. Everywhere CCTV plays major role. So in this session, I'm going to explain about the product portfolio, what we are going to use for smart city projects. So how smart city works? Basically, collection, analysis, communication, and action. The collection means the cameras or IoT devices are placed across all the major junctions of the city areas. These camera or sensor feed will go to the command control centers, CCC, where the data will be get analyzed. It could be manual or it could be AI driven. Then the communication will happen to the respective teams. It could be police or the decision makers. So with the help of the data, you will, the decision maker can do a proactive approach to the incidents. So being as an indigenous manufacturer of CCTV, these are the products we are recommending for smart city concept. AI general surveillance, AI and general surveillance, ITMS and PR solution, body-worn camera, mobile network video recorder, and CCC and big data storage. AI and general surveillance. See, everybody already, today's morning onwards, everybody were discussing about the backend AI analytics. Here in CP Plus, the cameras comes up with built-in analytics. If you are using our cameras for the smart city concept or city surveillance, you can use our camera which will have edge-based analytics. Few of the features like people counting, facial recognition, facial detection, automatic number plate recognition, these functionalities are already available in the camera itself. So if you are making a big command control center with a dashboard kind of a concept, all the camera feed directly goes to the command control center, and you can do the customization also. Our products are very much compatible with third party through OnWave, PSI, CGI, or API level integration also can be done with the third party interoperability. See, when we talk about AI and general surveillance, these cameras can be used for the city entrance, government premises, courts, banks, wherever the critical areas, you can recommend CP Plus AI enabled or general surveillance cameras. So the major benefit of this, all the camera will directly get connected to the main central server. So the main benefit is that the live video streams, smooth law and order management, fast investigation, provide evidence for court of law, quick incident response. So these are the cameras what we are having. This is a dome camera and a bullet camera. This is just the mid-range project series camera which will have built-in analytics. Already fixed cameras are available and varifocal cameras there. The case cameras are available in 2 megapixel, 4 megapixel, 6 megapixel, 8 megapixel resolutions. 3 and 4 streams are available. WDR technology, IR and smart light, built-in analytics available in this. See, the main advantage of triple streaming technology is that many of the smart city concept projects, the government body wants to, or the police department wants to take or store the data in the local police stations, and similar way they want to access or store it in the central command centers. So multi-stream cameras are very much important for safe city solution designing, and IR smart light detection cameras. So these cameras comes with a smart motion detection system, which will classify vehicle and object. Okay. Based on the analytics, this camera can, switch into IR into color vision. So during night time, the camera can give you a full color video output based on the analytics or incidents. Another option is WDR HLC. WDR and HLC is basically wide dynamic range and highlight compensation. Especially you see that these cameras are, placed on the streets during night time because of the headlight of the vehicle directly hit to the camera, and the camera image will be completely blurred. So avoiding such kind of scenarios, always recommend to use WDR-enabled cameras. The smart motion detection, which I already explained, this can be integrated with our command control system, and some restricted zones, you can pre-schedule the time that, this particular time nobody should enter or nobody is allowed to access that area. So that pre-configured time schedule and that kind of analytics can be integrated with the help of this camera. You no need to use additional third-party application for enabling these kind of analytics. This is a long-range PTZ camera. This is also 3 and 4 streams are there, long-range IR up to 500 meters. These cameras can be placed interceptions or the traffic signals, where complete overview monitoring of the entire road. So these cameras available in 25x, 32x, 45x. This comes with the built-in analytics. Another functionality, another product is ITMS, Intelligent Traffic Management System, and automatic number plate recognition. These can be used highways, roads, inside the city areas. This camera comes with a 4 megapixel and 3 megapixel single shutter and global shutter cameras available. This camera can capture vehicle metadata, built-in IR. This camera also can be integrated with a radar and flashlight. So during night time, this camera will capture clear, color image with the help of additional flash. And for the SVD detection, speed violation detection, you can integrate a radar also with this camera. So these all functionalities are built in, no need additional software. If you want to use this camera for a city surveillance or a generic surveillance or gated communities applications, simply you purchase, install, that's it. No additional application is not required. And if you are making a custom-based dashboard for ITMS, the main advantage of using our camera is that this camera can detect violation. This violation can be transferred to the ITMS dashboard through API. So the dashboard also can be integrated to NIC for challan generation. So overall, the complexity of the project will come down if you go with these kind of edge-based analytic cameras. So these all analytics are providing by this camera. First one is the helmet detection, triple riding, wrong side detection, illegal parking, vehicle classification, type of that. So with the help of this camera with the IR illuminator, I would say 99% of accuracy you will be getting with a HSRP number plate or handwritten number plate if it is clearly visible. HSRP number plate, we have tested already, almost 99% accuracy is there in daytime. Next is the body-worn camera. Body-worn camera basically is using by the law enforcement team. It is a mobile-based. You have to use the 4G SIM card. We do have online models and offline models. Online models directly can be transmitted the video stream to the command control center for live monitoring and tracking. So these cameras comes in 2 megapixel 4K resolutions and 2 megapixel resolution, 4 megapixel resolution, almost 8 hours battery backup. Few of the models comes with 64 GB and 128 GB. The other one is the MNVR solution. It's a mobile network video recorder. which can be used in the police interceptors, public transports, and the school buses and all. The camera, NVR, everything will be placed inside the buses. So this also works over 4G. It can be directly integrated with the command control center. We can make the geofencing for, if the driver is deviating the route, it can immediately trigger the alert to the respective authorities. This is the architecture of the system. Cameras connected to the 4G devices. Next is the command control center. So here we are providing enterprises video management solution. This enterprises video management solution, here the products are very much compatible with the third-party products. Interoperability is very much possible. So any kind of projects where the camera quantities are more, any turnkey projects which you are designing, you can always consider enterprises video management software from CP+. We are, based on the camera quantity, we can decide the backend hardware. So EVMS Pro software, that is purely a software driven. Another device is a hardware which will have built-in storage option is there. And this device, the EVMS Pro hardware, will not going to decode any video streams. For that, you have to use additional client machine for that. So this can be used for cascading and can add more number of cameras. The one server can manage up to 2,000 channels and 1,000 devices. Based on the system requirement, you can add on, keep on, add on the servers for the project requirements. So these all products can be directly integrated with CP Plus EVMS Pro software. And for the big data analytics, we are having storage devices, network switches, keyboard, video wall displays, and health cloud-based monitoring is also available. You know that all, in the city surveillance across the city, almost, thousands of cameras will be running. You'll be not knowing that which camera is offline, which camera is online, if anything has happened, network is down or not. So indigenous products which is developed by our team, that is CP Plus Health Monitoring System, you can use this one, and with the help of this, you will come to know that where and all the systems are down, how you can assign the ticket, who is the system integrator, who is the end user. So immediately you can make the escalation as well. So there is escalation metrics also we can configure in this. These are the case studies, smart city projects which we have executed in Hyderabad. Almost more than 10,000 cameras, it's already deployed over there. And we were part of G20 Summit in Delhi. Domandi becomes Himachal's smartest districts. This is another case study. That's all about from my side. Thank you once again.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
May I request the audience to address any questions immediately after his talk?
So, hello. You have any questions, please? About CP Plus CCTV systems.
Okay, I can ask you a question while my laptop comes up. So you mentioned in your presentation about the edge-based analytics. There are certain applications like license plate or face recognition, which are embedded now inside the cameras. But they also need an additional layer because they do a comparison with the database.
See, when it's required for
Mike.
When it's required for the, blacklist, whitelist kind of a setup. So in that case, you can use our NVR or software for that.
Okay. So, but can we use third party in that case?
See, third-party analytics with ANPR, no, because our system is designed like that. So third-party integration can be done with the help of API. So the camera comes with the built-in analytics, which will trigger the violations. Suppose triple riding, the camera can itself make the violations. Okay, overspeeding or wrong side detection. So this data can be pushed to your application. So if you are making a customized dashboard for city surveillance, something like ITMS or Chellar, so the camera will give you this trigger to you that saying that this particular incident happened. This is the snaps of that. Okay, complete information. Based on that, you can develop the application with a valid proof.
Got it. We'll sit together. Good afternoon, friends. Right now in 2025, we all believe, and we have heard since morning, that we have come a long way in taking some of the initial steps which were required to keep our cities and citizens safe. Today, there would be hardly any city which is without any cameras, without license plate system, without any face recognition system. Having said that, it is also true that while the crimes are getting resolved, the nature of crime has also changed in the past few years. There are equal number of crimes happening to common man, from cybersecurity threats, dark web of internet, where the criminal is not only invisible but also very difficult to track for a common man. Every day there's a headline of somebody siphoning off money from the banks. So at the same time, another challenge what we face is our cities differ from each other. Whether they may be in the single state, it doesn't matter. And there is an increased demand from citizens about the accountability from the government on crime rates, on crime against women, which is such an important and strategic topic even for the lawmakers. So I think we feel this is the perfect time to review what has gone right and what needs to be done. So over the next 10 minutes, we will just see where there are identified gaps. So while we have come a long way in using a lot of third-party systems, there are two major issues which we face. So when today we know the cities have database of citizens, they have video, they have criminal database, they have our Aadhaar database, they have RTO data, our campuses have fire alarm systems, our campuses have access control systems. But the single most challenge out of all these systems is the data overload, what we call as junk data. And in spite of having so many systems, invested so many crores of rupees into it, have we really found a city where we are getting the actionable intelligence? This is something which we need to discuss and see what could be the right strategy as an industry going forward to collaborate with the government. We feel the centerpiece is missing in most of the Safe City projects, which is an integrated security operations center. An ISOC is an aggregation, is an integration of a lot of third-party systems using, of course, artificial intelligence in what very few cities have at this point of time. The benefits of these systems are clearly visible, as we will see in some of the case studies. The essential idea is to allow an operator to take a decision and respond to an emergency situation, whereby saving lives. How exactly do we manage this? So here we have IntelliScene, which is able to collect the dots. We did a first Safe City project way back in 2012 with Surat Safe City. And there, even after 13 years of its deployment, the pollution sensors, the water level indicators, Surat City, as you know, is prone to flooding sometimes. It's also a coastal city. So our software actually gives a real-time alert on the level of water, it is rising. Similarly, the movement of the important persons within the city, the traffic, the e-challans, the face recognition, license plate, all of these are systems which are from third party, but they amalgamate, they integrate on our platform, giving an alert. So I'm going to play a short video about the Security Operations Center. And you know what? The video refuses to play, so excuse me for that. Yeah. What you would have seen in the video is an animation like this, where Simfia Control, which is a command and control application, combines powerful incident management tools, where all the sensors are plotted on a GIS map. Now, city is big, small, doesn't matter. The operator needs to know where happened, what happened, and how does he need to mitigate that risk. So that is why a GIS is very important. And backed by GIS, because it is not only the question of what happened and where it happened, there has to be a sophisticated investigation engine and extensive bi-directional collaboration between the operator and the law enforcement agency with light escalation matrix to provide security to the citizen so that an immediate attention is given. And all this happens through the video information which is collected onto the connected system. The core objective is to create a situational awareness for the operator. It doesn't matter what the type of threat is. As I mentioned earlier, it could be a threat of a cyber criminal which has nothing to do with a video because video has no relevance. But all of these investigations can happen from the same Security Operations Center. So we have an inbuilt incident management system with a customized standard operating procedures with real time, with all the devices with their lats and longs plotted on a GIS map, where the video correlation happens with the recorded stream, and all of this is at the disposal of the operator. Our objective is that this should not take more than few seconds to a maximum of 1 or 2, 3 minutes for the operator to know what has happened and what he needs to do. This is something which you will see in one of the case studies which I am going to present to you. Now we all know that the degree of technology usage depends from city to city. The inbuilt operating procedures can be in any language, can be customized to the city, and are based on tasks which guide the operator to take a step-by-step direction so that the system is not lost. Let's accept it's a big country, and we of course have to operate by our SOPs. We have to operate by our blue book, orange book, so that every step is accounted for. That is where the software comes into the picture. At the same time, when in thousands of crores at the country level are invested, the software should also empower, and the success of the software depends on that there should be a collaboration between citizens as well as the government or the municipal authority or the local police. So this is where the control application from IntelliScene allows in reporting of the crimes, whether it is cyber, financial frauds or similar nature, right at the hands of the common person. So what we are doing, we are effectively extending the capability of the command and control which is being used by a traditional police team or the security team right to the smartphone of the user. And this is essential in creating a collaborative monitoring of the entire city. So for example, a simple reporter application can be installed, what you see on the right hand side of the screen. This would be available to few citizens or a select citizens, and any suspicious activity which he sees, he can immediately report to the command and control. Yes, there are many apps available, but those apps are essentially one way, or the data which needs to be recorded is actually recorded in the third-party cloud. But here, whatever is the communication happening, it is recorded in the command and control of the police department. So within seconds, the operator comes to know what happened, where happened, and he will immediately assign an operator or a responder to verify and resolve the reported incident. Now these systems can be deployed in 1 or 2 days if we are agreeing on a cloud, or it can be deployed in the premises as well. There are a whole lot of applications which we have seen in one of the cities in Gujarat, where we know that the municipal is responsible for verifying our lifts, elevators, or giving a fire NOC every year. So this application in one of the cities is essentially helping the operator to go, take a survey, take a live video, record it with the GIS information and upload it. So what a single operator used to take about almost like one day for 5 to 6 customers, they are doing it in about 5 to 6 times faster. And there are a lot of other applications which are relevant for railways and even safe cities. At IntelliScene, we believe that technology can be complex, but as software providers, as vendors in this event, it is our responsibility to ensure that the deployed systems are user-friendly, they are not complicated. There are certain things which we cannot change overnight. We cannot bring the state-of-the-art systems, but they are very difficult to operate. That doesn't really work. In that case, we are able to achieve only less than half the objective. So what better way to get the sense about the incident than to get the information about the location in a real-time basis, the GIS map, and even the current status. What may be an alert or an important incident for me may turn out to be a routine activity in the eyes of the law enforcement officer. So he may say, okay, fine, it will disperse in few minutes, not to worry about. So these type of calls can be taken by the system. They can be taken by the operator. The system is open to it. That sensitivity can be managed. We are not bringing something which is not customized and which is alien to the country. So the objective is the AI layer should not compromise. It should not compromise on the capability of the operator to respond or make the system more complex. That is the fundamental essence. In conclusion, what we are enabling, we are actually enabling the operator to become more responsive without getting repetitive and also more intelligent. Intelligent using human as well as system, which actually in turn increases the operator efficiency and awareness, and by correlating as a video, the validation happens very quickly. The capability to speak to any third-party system, whether they are 10-year-old, 20-year-old. In one of the metros in eastern India, we have integrated systems which were deployed way back in 2007, the train management system. They are partly analog, partly IP, and the entire movement of that metro along the track is monitored. Because you may have 5, 6 systems, but we want the operator's life to be simple. We want him to use only one screen to manage. At the same time, it is very important that health of the system should be available, irrespective of third party. Traditionally, video systems used to be concerned only with the cameras and servers. Nothing to do with switch, nothing to do with the other components, but the other components are equally important because they are part of the whole system. So we have the hub, which is capable to give real-time alerts on the health of the entire system. Last but not the least, as I mentioned, the most important challenge is terabytes and terabytes of data gets collected. And the only happy guys with those terabytes and petabytes of data are the Dell and the HP and the storage vendors of the world. As soon as you see a 100 crore, 200 crore system, 30, 40 crores is taken by the storage, which is good, of course. We need to retain the data. But we don't want to burden the system as well. And this is the reason why we feel that these systems from now on should have an easy and an intuitive layer of AI, which means filtering and coordinating the data from the already available metadata. So AI will generate metadata, but what the real AI should do is to work on that metadata to give a relevant information. So that way there will be a pinpointed accuracy. And a simplified way would be a graphical representation. And this graphical representation will pinpoint what's wrong anywhere. So enough of PowerPoint. The real question is, what have we really done? So I'm going to present to you a case study of Pune Safe City. Pune Safe City was one by IntelliScene and our partner Allied Digital way back in 2014, implemented in 2015. And it's been 10 years since then. As of now, the system is running with a measurable uptime of 99%. Pune is a very important city, of course, Chennai is also. But at the end of the day, what are we delivering? So we have cameras. There were 1,900 cameras. Last year, there was a tender where they increased the capacity by another 200%. We were fortunate enough to win those projects as well. Now, 5,000 devices spread across the city, another 1,500 sensors. So what is the end game? The end game is, and this is the public information, so we are supposed to deliver a unified security operations center capable of giving intelligence out of 5,000 cameras, which includes 400 AI-based cameras, handling 60,000 events a day. 60,000 events are just captured a day. Operator needs to do nothing. They are captured by the system. And over and above, there are 150 data center operators for the entire city using 75 workstations to get an alert from 6,500 sensors. So we are narrowing it down from 60,000 events to approximately 6,500 sensors, which may be relevant. And as the time progresses, this data gets compressed, and you will realize the only thing an operator needs to do is, with pinpoint accuracy, get the event and follow the SOPs. At the same time, from the safety point of view of the citizens, any alarm panel connected on the network will immediately trigger an alert to the command and control within 45 seconds to 20 seconds, depends upon, of course, a whole lot of factors. But every operator is trained to handle any kind of incident, whether it is operational, whether it is security. So approximately 30 unique standard operating procedures would be available to the operator maybe in his own native language to ensure that it is handled in accuracy. The whole idea being that whatever is measured, whatever is spent has to be measured in terms of accuracy. And how do you measure it? The way you measure it is how many lives you saved, how many incidents you prevent, and create a deterrence. So this is what we have implemented. And thank you again. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. Thank you.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. Firstly, does it work only with cameras and smart cameras, or does it also work with other type of sensors?
No, it works with any type of sensor. So I give you an example. There are good malls have parking lots, and parking may be full during weekends. There is no need of camera. So if the parking is full, there's going to be a variable messaging signboard which is going to inform the passenger in advance that this parking is full. And you can use the city municipal app, or you will come to know in advance that this is the status. So it doesn't need to depend on camera.
My second question is, you mentioned about 30 different standard operating procedures. Are they picked automatically based on the type of alert, or is it picked by an operator?
Initially, we start with 0 SOPs. The state police or the city police gives us the SOPs. This needs to be done. Most of the SOPs 10 years ago were escalatory in nature. So if there is an event, you need to inform your superior. You need to inform the beat constable or the PCR van. That's it. The way in some of the cities policing has changed is that the operator sitting there has to first take an action and send the responder to the field. Number one. Number two, system takes care of the escalation at the back end. And number three, that's how you build the SOPs. Now, if I report somebody has taken X amount of money from my account, you cannot refer that to a PCR. That has to go to cybercrime. Now, cybercrime currently is working on to have a real-time data or a deferred data from the banks So this is something which can be done from the system. That you are conducting the investigation through the financial specialist and the cyber specialist sitting in the same control room. So it gets built up. So when we say 30 SOPs, these are purely customized SOPs for the city.
Granted, sorry, my question was slightly different. Assume that there are 30 SOPs in the system. There is an alert. Does the system recognize the nature of the alert and say that it should be SOP 24, or is it picked by the operator?
Sorry, yes, it is automatic. Yeah.
Just a technical question. You said you're mainly integrated with cameras and 6,500 sensors, right? So how modular is this? Is there a standardized bus in the sense like tomorrow a new sensor comes? Jaipur is now launching panic buttons for women, right? Now this is going to have its own APIs, its own technology. How easy is it to be going to integrate? Do you have a standardized bus where any new technology can plug in?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible.
So let's talk from the point of view of the software. The only limitation for the software would not be for the software, but for the hardware to work upon. And only constraint for the hardware would be the number of alarms or the events per second, which that alert is generating. So when we are adding, say, another 1,500 sensors or 3,000 or 6,000, it is definitely scalable. The only thing you need to do is to plan for those servers which are going to receive the events. So
basically what you're saying is that any new input that is coming in, it will be able to plug in into the same system.
Yes.
You scale the hardware and add the SOP to the operator, that's it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Excuse me, sir. I am Professor Ramanan from BIT Business School at Vellore. See, in Chennai, what they did was in all the apartments, the police said you have the CCTV camera. So in my apartment also it is there very nearby to this location. But most of them are not working. They are not operational. So in the event of emergency, you are not able to find out who came inside the flat or whatever it is. Most of them are not operational at all. They have been installed only for the purpose of fulfilling the requirements of the police authorities. Second thing we were mentioning about the cyber crime, there was a talk a few weeks back by the ADGP of Tamil Nadu on the increasing cyber crime and the cyber frauds which are taking place, and everywhere they have put banners all over the city that in the case of cyber attack you kindly contact immediately this number register and don't fall a prey to all these cyber frauds and all that. Despite all these things, many of the educated people, I am an ex-banker, many of the educated people are falling a prey to these cyber attacks. They are opening the mails and all that, the lust for earning money or greed. So what is your advice on these things? A lot of education has to be made, awareness, particularly by the industry stalwarts like you. You have to create a lot of awareness among the public because they seem to be unaware of the dangers posed by these cyber attack fraudsters, particularly the ransomware attack and all that. Everywhere the CIA is also organizing conferences, but despite all these things, people are falling a prey to these attacks and losing heavily money, and day by day it is increasing. The statistics given by the Tamil Nadu police, it shows that the incidence of the cyber crime is increasing despite the vigilance and the CCTV cameras and all that which are operational.
So regarding the first part, it's unfortunate that even now we are facing issues of camera outages, but I believe camera technology has also evolved a lot, and maybe my colleague from CP Plus can throw some light on that, but I think they're very stable. Just to give you an example, when we were invited, Surat is, for example, 13-year-old installation, and even Pune is about 10-year-old. So if you see the fall-off rate, it is not more than 10%. So it is essentially how the purchase or the procurement happens for those devices. Regarding the second part, I think I am I don't have a definite answer. I think that
More of a governance question than.
it's more of a governance question. We all have to be very careful, and maybe I would request Prakash sir to.
Not at all. As I said, it's more of a governance question. And while industry can take care of the technology, the processes, everything, citizen awareness, education, these are essentially governance philosophies that have to be coming from the either the state or the central authorities. The good news is that there are a lot of these initiatives going on. I can tell from EY they are going on. In my previous appointment at CDAC, we did quite a few of these initiatives. But it's an ongoing process more than a one-off thing.
Out of the way, my small observation, Bangalore, that cricket episode, is it under some sort of surveillance verification or it has been closed? Any idea, update?
I'm not aware of the specific installations there, but to my knowledge, the stadium and its adjoining areas are definitely under intensive CCTV coverage. How much of it comes down right now? Access is being clamped down for obvious reasons. There's an inquiry in progress, but definitely those areas are under intensive CCTV coverage.
So things may come out, details.
Sir, yes, sir. Happy evening to all. Yeah, I'm very happy all of you proposing, right, surveillance. That nowadays, if someone advanced to home defense or military defense or forest defense, if looking like that from the government or non-government, what is the instant solution, sir? Even we are surveillance, and then we are sending alarms to the right that particular government professionals or individuals. Otherwise, we are providing the lighting source. That instantly, how we may defense to protect or for the safety purpose or security purpose.
I'll just take this. From, see, this is a comprehensive question. It doesn't have to do with only surveillance or the sensors, right? A lot of this is processes and people rather than only technology. He can provide surveillance. He can provide a integrated security operations center that vectors it to the right people. You have Dial 112, the project that vectors immediate first responders to people and all. But in the end, it is the people on the ground. A patrol car gets an intimation, an ambulance gets an intimation, please go here. It depends on the people on the ground, the institution on the ground, right? That is something that technology cannot strictly cover. To a large extent, because of India's scale and our city's scale and all, technologies like this will help better response, will help better, faster response. But in the end, it is no company is going to send a patrol car to a place where an incident is being reported. It is the local police which will do it. What technology does is, it tells them faster, it makes them more accountable. Now there are metrics. When the alarm went, when the patrol car reached, that's what we have seen in the various Dial 112 projects and all. It helps a lot. It holds people accountable. Now the police station can no longer say, we didn't know. Hame to call nahi aaya. Now he gets an alert. There is somebody measuring by what time did the response go. These are things that technology can do. But people and processes, finally, again, it comes down to a question of the relative governance levels and maturity levels there.
Okay, sir, I'll accept. But we have an technology. I'm Dr. Parthiban from Velamal Group of Institutions. I have my own startup mentoring with 8+ startups. I have my own 40+ patents. Even we are looking at helplines that instantly, even in some apartment or in government or non-government offices, some child abuse may happen. some child abuse. Even some thief may came and they are taking away from jewels or bike. Even we are providing surveillance, we are providing the alarm, well and good. They may come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, based on the system they will come. But I am going to propose the instant solution where I may caught that particular person through my non-lethal technology. I were proposed to the defense system through my R&D proposals, but no one, even I came here we are all looking for the safety summit. We are looking more safety and security. Even we people, sir, we are talking about AI, but instantly how we may defend for the advanced home, for the military purpose or forest purpose. I haven't technology. If you are ready to come and collaborate with us, we are ready to collaborate with you. Instantly we will caught the thief. If in case the child abuse may happen, that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow you are coming and taking the action, what is the use? For that the reason I am coming up with
sorry to interrupt. I appreciate your point that
Yes,
you have some interesting ideas regarding instant response.
Yes.
I'm sure people here have noted.
Yes.
And hopefully you can connect with them offline
Sure,
to take
sir.
it forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
For now,
yes.
we'll close
Thank
with
you, thank
questions.
you.
We are running slightly short of time. The next speaker, please.
Vanakkam. Good evening to all esteemed delegates, Prakash and my co-speakers. As we invoke media. Sir, video. Screen. Thank you. When we talk about metro system, we think of speed, convenience, ease of ticketing, and safety. But how often do we think about peace of mind? Let us begin our infrastructure, but with the insight of safety is not what I see, but what the mind takes into account. The entire presentation which I am planning to present to you revolves around this. You can see a muddy path, a person is walking. Actually, when the muddy path, our mind will caution us to walk steadily, deeply, ensuring every foot we are making into it. Definitely, the muddy path will never make us slip. But what happens when we cross the muddy path with the muddy shoe? Instantly, our mind gets relaxed and we, as if we are walking in a plane, there is every possibility of the muddy shoe makes us to fall. So, safety is not that what we presume to avoid, but to make things to prevent it. That is the aim of this presentation, sir. You can see a white-collared person planning to reach office. He is moving out, but when he moves, he has to cross the road, so he is rushing to catch the bus. By the time, lot of traffic jams are there, but when he reaches the bus, he is fully sweated. With that sweatness, he is again catching some other mode and other thing, reaching his office. You can expect relaxation for half an hour for him. Otherwise, he may not be in a position. So, all these traverse activity makes us what we call from instead of ease the activity, we are pulling into another situation where we are not able to start our official work or any other related work on reaching the spot. So, the issue here is how to make out. our Chennai mobility's vision versus ground reality is, we are having a lot of traversing system, metro rail, suburban, buses, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, Uber and other activities. But all these are connected. We are not able to. One place to another place, we are planning to go to one end corner of this Chennai to other end corner. It takes half a day to reach, even though the kilometer is hardly 10 to 15 kilometers. So the main aim of this is how we are planning to integrate the system. So the system where we are planning is, all these people are standing, buses are coming, but there is no space, or it's not stopping at the right spot. All these things makes our work so constrained. The challenge that we are planning is, we are having a planner, we plan, but when once we cross the initial stage, next stage, what we found is the traffic jam. The ultimate, it makes us not to reach our destination in time. So ultimately, what we need is a seamless, hassle-free, continuous travel, wherein we change our routes, we change our media, we change our transporting points in such a convenient way, so that we are able to mark our destination at the desired point. I can cite one example. Normally, I am a person traveling from St. Thomas Mount to Nandanam for my office. On my return, I have to come to Alandur for change of platform. What I observe is, people will be start rushing there to the lift. Basically, lift is meant for senior citizen, disabled person, pregnant ladies and other things. But what happens is, a young person of age 20-25 who can walk faster than the lift to reach the ground floor, but he will stand in first. Consider a senior citizen also wants to take a lift. Basically, there won't be any space for him to reach. By the time the youngster will go fast and catch the lift. So the time, the traffic jam caused that area. It is not our fault, but the mindset of the passenger, the mindset of the colleagues, mindset of the environment that causes. So the safety concern here is that we have to go for a hassle-less travel through an uncomfortable media available with us. Data on passenger flow. These are all the important data where we are planning how it can be made into a hassle-free. Integrated urban mobility, know the movement. This is how I feel, how I have to traverse. There I found there is some issue is there. Say for example, I am coming from Ambattur. I have to come to Central Station. I am taking a bus. In between, there is some accident occurred in the bus route, so traffic jam. If there is nearby station is there, and if I am able to catch the train and come to Central Station to catch my onward express train, it will be very easy. But I have to think that. So, in case of any risk forecasting, what alternate step we are supposed to take, that we have to plan while we are planning the journey. So this we should keep in mind. So that will how we make our system seamless flow so that we reach our destination hassle-free. Case study. Generally in Chennai Metro, we are having 3 types of media where we are allowing passenger to exchange it at gate and then to go inside that platform, board and then deboard through the same exit way. When we introduced the NCMC card, we faced a lot of issues at the initial stage. So what happened is, it is an offline card, but yet we had a feeling there was a lot of time delay taking in allowing the card to get processed and then to move the passenger from paid to unpaid area or from unpaid to paid area. So we analyzed what was the reason. This took much time, but the passenger who is having, at that time we had closed loop, card token or a QR was able to cross freely. So the issue is when we are introducing a new system, it will take some time to absorb into the system, and passenger should also, people should also coordinate, cooperate with that. It's think that whatever I am purchasing a new chapel, sir. Basically, when I purchase a new chapel at a high cost, immediately on the first day, if I wore and walk for a kilometer, after coming back to home, when I remove the shoe, I found there will be some boils at my leg. Because new chapel always has the tendency of biting the leg. So what we need to, we have to apply oil on the shoe or chapel, or we have to apply oil on our foot, and then we have to walk. Next day, third day. Fourth day, automatically either we are accustomed to the bite or shoe gets accustomed to us in such a way that it makes us ease walking. Now you understand the issues. There are problems, there are issues, but how to address it and how to make our mind read that. Basically, it is not the system that fails. It is basically the mind which we take into fails, then we call the system collapse or system fails. So, thank you. Next one, what we are planning. How to make our system hassle-free. Say, in the peak hours, we board the train. Normally in Chennai Metro, when we reach either through an escalator or the step, basically the tendency of the passenger to catch the immediate coach available near that. But my second coach or third coach may have seat. You would have observed even youngsters or seniors will never move from that area because they find it very easy to walk across. They don't want to travel. So if there had been some indication, sir, the third coach of this area is free, you go there and you get accommodation, automatically my mind will direct me to go to third coach. So this is how, this is the plan which Bangalore Metro and Delhi Metro have started initiating it, and it has got a database. It is not mere with identifying, we need the help of CCTV, we need the help of mechanical coach tire weight, and then AFC system has to provide the number of passengers booked for that station and passengers who are about to alight from that station. So adding passengers available, booked, minus the passengers alight, the system will give you how vacancies will be available. It is otherwise also the coach weight at the time of entering the station or immediately at the time of alighting, after moving, all these three put together, next station it will intimate which coach is having space and other thing. So this concept also we are planning for it to give us seamless, hassle-free travel to passengers. This is how the next proposal, sir. This is an idea. Basically, a person wants to move office. I know my office time is 9 o'clock, but is there anybody here who plans to leave the house by 8 o'clock, wherein half an hour journey is there between the house and the office? I don't think even a single person is here to plan by 8. I know 8 o'clock, half an hour is my journey, so I can leave by 8:30. But what happens if I leave by 8:30? Some area I have to use my two-wheeler or a car to reach a station or a bus transport. Unfortunately, on that day, my two-wheeler got punctured, four-wheeler driver not available, buses are not turning up, automatically my time lost. I am not able to reach the station in time, I am not able to reach the office in time. So, what we require is a good journey planner. Had I been a planning, if some providers are there, private transport authorities are there, they are planning for it. If they are able to plan from my residence to a nearby stop, I can walk or I can take something. Then from there to catch metro, I can either take a Ola, Uber or something, or I can take a bus to a metro. Then I have to traverse so many paths to reach. From you just imagine a person traveling from Sholinganallur to Ambattur. How many modes of transport he has to use? It is take nearly 3 hours or 3.5 hours to reach from Sholinganallur to Ambattur. So automatically, if I am planning in such a way that I am able to know my next destination, next mode of transport, people will start flowing into our area, and we are ensured of the riders for all the transport which it is getting booked. So the main idea behind this is I am having multi-mode of transport, but for every time I am asking to pay money, it is not possible. So the thing is that everything is controlled by a single QR system, so that money is paid in one lot. That particular authority who received money will distribute payment to all the transporters at the end of the day. So this is the idea floated, and Tamil Nadu government along with Kumta is working for it. But whereas what for I am here in as Chennai Metro. Chennai Metro, we are offering Chennai Metro rails from a particular station, and it is likely to be extended to 112 more stations by 2029. So at that time, I will be having 5 corridors. So in all the 5 corridors, while for alighting as well as for boarding, if I am having a transport of a metro organization, so that I will ask the passenger to book a ticket in the first mile, what we call for before boarding, and last mile after alighting to reach. If these 3 are combined and controlled by Chennai Metro, we will have a good traffic and we will have a patronage. Passengers will be happy. This is how the plan of the Chennai Metro is going ahead of to help the passenger to avoid risk in traveling in many areas, safety taken care of it, and then to go ahead with a seamless, hassle-free travel. This is the plan which, as of now, this is being taken care by the Kumta, but the first mile of the metro and the last mile of the metro, it is being planned by metro authorities shortly. So we will have a single connectivity for all through a single QR. There is no need to pay anywhere in between. You will have a hassle-free travel. So design for seamless flow. Harnessing data, for which all I said, AFC data, integrating data resources, whole journey visibility through a journey planner, responsive planning will make you seamless travel, hassle-free travel. So let's build safe, seamless and data-driven urban mobility. Safety is not just infrastructure, it is intelligence. As I told, it is not governed by any activity. Mind has to control the safety. If in a muddy path, I am able to control myself, but in a glacial clay or a tile path where I let loose my mind, I am likely to fall. So safety is not just infrastructure, it is intelligence. AFC data is more than fare collection, it is mobility insight to combine smart ticketing, seamless integration, passenger-centric experience, real-time analytics. Final takeaway, let us turn movement into sight and sight into safety. What I see is what we need to take it to our brain and to make it out. Thanks a lot. Thanks you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vanakkam. I will wait for my slides to get projected before I start. Thank you. So what I know that we are slightly running late, so we'll try to keep it shorter than planned. Hopefully we'll have time for questions. What I'm going to talk about is how can we use digital twins for disaster management for resilience. So I will start off with a slide about our company. We provide products and services in the area of intelligent transport systems. We have been around for more than a decade. I'm one of the co-founders, and that's our team. Today, what I'm going to talk about is what are digital twins. There's a lot of hype about digital twins. So I will talk about what they are. Then I will talk about how we can apply digital twins in the context of resilience and disaster planning. So the context of any planning is, there are a lot of people, this is common sense, a lot of people who said that unless you plan, you're planning to fail, right? So the same goes for dealing with disasters. And I'm talking about dealing with disasters in the context of transport networks. So the focus of this talk is transport networks and how you move people when there are disasters, right? So what do you need to do when there's a disaster? You need to basically move people out of the area affected, and you need to make sure that emergency services can get into the area of interest. So in order to plan for this, you need some sort of a basis, a model that you can use in order to determine what is the right course of action. Otherwise, what will end up happening is that you will do something that you think is right based on your experience that may or may not be optimal. So in order to let you make a decision that is based on some sort of quantitative underpinning, you need a model. And digital twin is one such model. We have been using models for a very long time of various scales, of various levels of detail. What digital twin is, essentially it's a model, except that the model updates itself based on real-time data. With computation, with sensors, we talked about cameras and other sensors, we have a lot of data available from the environment. So essentially what you can do is you can ingest that data and using machine learning and AI, keep the model up to date, update the model in real time so that you have a representation of what's happening now. Now, this can be used for operational planning. For example, if there is a disaster now, you know the current state of the network, and based on that, you can decide what action to take. Of course, you can use this for day-to-day operations. Now, what the digital twin will also give you is an offline model. You have lots of data, so you have historic trends. So you know what is happening, for example, on Monday morning versus Sunday evening. So you can have an offline model that can be used for scenario planning. And this is very important when it comes to disaster management. Suppose a particular area gets crowded, flooded. How do you get people out? What is the capacity of the road network leading out of that area? If you have a good model, you will be able to plan for the scenarios and you will be able to rehearse. So that's the idea of digital twin. It's essentially a fancy word for a real-time model. So when you look at digital twins, what all can it do? I'm talking about the context of transport. Digital twins, again, means different things in different domains. You have fancy 3D models. In the case of transport, you're talking about a transport network. So when you're talking about a transport network, what is it? You have demand. So you have a representation of how many people are traveling from each area of the city to another area using the network. That's very important. That's the foundation. Then this calibrated model you can see that on a map, is basically travel pattern. It can work out congestion. So if you know the travel pattern, you can also figure out how people are traveling on the network. So you know the usage of the network links. So you can predict or estimate what the congestion is in real time. And of course, offline. It will tell you what's the traffic flow on various links. It can even tell you things like pollution and noise, which can be estimated based on traffic, right? Now, how do we make use of this, right, to deal with disruptions? So resilience is essentially a network's ability to recover, as Mr. Prasad said earlier. So there are two things that you need to look at in the context of network that the digital twin or models will let you. First is between a centrality of links. How important is a link? So in the case of a normal day, you can work out how many OD pairs or how many nodes will use a particular link if someone is using the shortest path. That will give you how important a link is. And if you know how important these points are and what the demand is between these points, it will give you a rank or an importance. The fact that there are two links where there are 100 OD pairs are getting used, but link 2 may be more important because those points where people are coming from and going to may be more important, right? So that is one aspect. The second aspect is edge connectivity. This is really important during disasters. This is when you remove a few links, a part of the network can get isolated. This is very important in cases like flood or landslides in Wayanad that happened. Some villages got essentially isolated. So if you do these analysis, it will tell you which links are important, and you can pay attention to making sure that these links are operational during disasters and they are protected during rescue operations. So how do you use this information for disaster planning? You need to first of all figure out how are people moving. Then you need to have a model of the network, and you need to know which links are important that you need to protect. Then the scenario modeling. You need to figure out what type of disasters are you planning for? What do you plan to do about it, right? If there is flooding, how do you plan to evacuate people? So that's your response plan. And once you have a response plan, you need to figure out how people are moving through the network, right? And the model, the digital twin, will help you do that. So in summary, cities for planning for disaster response need to have accurate information about how the city is used in terms of various zones, what is the network, what is the capacity of various links in the network, which links are important, and have a model. Once you have a model, you can use it for scenario planning so that you make decisions, plans, based on a method with a scientific basis. And models of various types are available in most smart cities. We have 100 smart cities. Most of the smart cities have a model or another. It may vary in detail. So these can be used, expanded, made better, so that we are better prepared to deal with disasters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are running slightly short of time. So I am requesting the CTO Orotech, he has a slot in the next session too. We'll probably give him a bit more time there to present his views. My apologies in advance, right? We could probably use this time for any questions or insights from anybody in the audience.
I think it's more about, so we are talking about safety. This is more from the healthcare perspective, how we can create a patient safety through technology. Typically the technology in healthcare, it's like, contrasting each other. So typical healthcare, very conservative towards technology. But today things are changing. Technology drives the patient care and healthcare. So how we can bring the patient safety through the technology? Okay, that's the whole idea. I mean, today, if you see in most of the hospitals in India, we don't capture the data. Okay, if you see in US, 95% of the patient data is being captured, but we don't, because we don't have efficient systems where, let's say you are going to hospital, okay, and your data, your entire, let's say you visit 50 times, okay, and the data is, you will not find the entire patient history in one hospital, right? So this is a very high risk, okay, because,
today's scenario, if you go to any developed country, by giving a SSN number or citizenship number, you get the entire patient history, so that the clinical person should be able to give you the efficient medication, understanding the patient history. But here it is not the way. So that's where countries like in the US, they incentivize to build EMR, electronic medical records. Okay, so electronic medical records tracks the entire patient diagnostic details, advices, the whole thing in a one. Just imagine it's a kind of one database. So irrespective of whatever the doctor goes through it, he or she will be able to get the entire details. Okay, so that's what the government of India is coming up to, ABDM, Ayushman Bharat, where one place the entire patient data will be available. But how far it is something, it is a big question mark. But coming from Aravind Eye Hospital, I'm from Aravind Eye Hospital, and we are being world's largest eye hospital. We see 20,000 patients in a day. We do 1 million surgeries in a year. Okay, so I mean that's where we have a policy like in a high volume, high quality, affordable cost. So we use technology to make it affordable. That's the interesting this one. We use AI, because we capture the data for the last 10 years. We built EMR last 10 years ago, so we are able to capture the data. Using the data, we built a lot of AI solutions. Through AI solutions, we are able to detect and prevent the eye diseases. So that's the topic which I want.
Right. So EMRs are a confluence of legal issues, privacy issues, medical care. It's a very exciting topic, and I hope during the next session you get slightly more time to expand on this. For the present, we are constrained on time, so
yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. May I request Chairman Shri L. Prakash to present the memento to first to Jaiswal. Oh, Jaisil, sorry. Then to Rajesh Krishnan. Then to Dr. K.P. Mani. Then to Shri Srinivasulu. I have the privilege to present a memento to the Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the next session immediately after this. The speakers are here. Can we change the names, please? Name, please. So after this quick 45-minute session, we'll have a tea break. Now we are not having any tea break. After this, one more session, we'll have a tea break for this. So please be seated. We'll have this thing. We'll have a group photo, please. The next session is moderated by Mr. Sunil David, who's the digital technology consultant, former regional director of IoT at India. May I request please come on the stage. Prabhakaran Narayanan, Head, Solutions and Platform of Smart City, Smart World, L&T. Prashant Oberoi, Director, Global Business of Norden. Ali Sadiq Shaikh, SVP for Product Marketing, Astricos AI. Dr. Sudarshan Naidu, Founder, Director, Innovations Foundations of India. Mr. Srinivasulu Tuyam, CTO, Auratech, Arvind Eye Care System. May I request all of you to please come on the stage. You have to go to the center. Okay. Yeah. So I hand over to Mr. David, Sunil David, to take this session forward.
Thank you, Shashidharan, for that introduction, and good evening to all of you all. At the outset, I would like to thank Bharat Exhibitions for inviting me to be part of the summit, the Chennai Safe City Summit 2025, and an honor for me to moderate this panel discussion that will deliberate on the topic of public-private partnership, driving innovation in urban development and safety. Before we get to the panel, I want to take a few minutes to kind of set the context for the discussion. Now, India is in the midst of an urban transformation. As per most reports, by 2030, 40% of our population will live in cities, and by 2047, 50% of India's population will be urbanized, right? So this unprecedented shift brings in both opportunities and challenges. There's obviously going to be pressure on urban infrastructure, pollution is obviously going to rise, traffic congestion, public safety concerns, and of course, let's not forget the increased vulnerability to all the climate events, disasters, and so on. So friends, in this context, public-private partnerships are not just longer just financing mechanisms. They're not just financing mechanisms, but they are innovation enablers. So when private sector technology and agility, when they meet public sector scale and purpose, real impact is possible. So whether it's implementing AI-powered surveillance or building robust disaster response platforms or deploying smart mobility solutions that optimize urban flow, PPPs can truly, in my view, deliver smarter, safer, and more resilient cities. Now, in context of this topic, there are three important themes that we want to focus on. Number one is creating resilient cities, smart mobility for disaster management and emergency response. We also want to touch upon safe cities and public health, how smart mobility impacts air quality and public well-being. The third very important theme that we also want to focus on, and that is on the safe city and smart mobility, the vision for future urban environments in India. Now, in this context of all these three themes, I just very quickly wanted to share some examples of some countries, some cities, which we can perhaps think of emulating. One name which definitely comes to my mind is Singapore. They've actually built a digital twin of the whole city, the whole country, with a 3D model. They call it virtual Singapore, a digital twin. As you all know, we had a gentleman talking about it before, but you build a virtual replica of a physical asset or a process or a system. And here is Singapore city, a virtual representation, a virtual Singapore being built, which collects real-time data, topographical data, and when you can do control and optimization. And two other big cities that really come to my mind when you talk about smart cities, Barcelona is one name which definitely comes to my mind, and second is San Francisco. San Francisco, whether you look at transportation, whether you look at energy efficiency, public safety, a lot of technology is being used, right? And I just also wanted to quickly highlight an example from my own company that I worked for before. I worked for AT&T for almost 20 years. And about more than 10 years back, AT&T got a contract from the federal government of the US to build what is called as a FirstNet. A FirstNet is a dedicated network which has dedicated spectrum and using ruggedized devices specifically meant for first responders. So whenever there's any disaster, it could be an earthquake, it can be a fire, it could be any disaster. And here are first responders. You need the first responders to quickly go to a disaster site. You want them to quickly connect and reach out to the right stakeholders to make sure that they're able to attend to the issue, right? And hence, there was a separate network that was carved out, and you need high-speed, low-latency networks. You need ruggedized devices that would work in different kinds of environment. They used to have this cell phone on wheels, right? So, for example, if you have a particular location where network has been disrupted, you can actually set up a cell phone on wheels, a network on wheels, so to speak, where you can get some connectivity, right? So some of the best practices from these countries can be replicated in India, right? And friends, we are privileged that we have these experts who I would say represent the full spectrum of the ecosystem, right from smart infrastructure and surveillance to civil innovation and healthcare delivery. And we are hoping that each one will bring a unique lens to this conversation. So friends, let's straight away dive into the discussion. I'm really looking forward to an insightful and interesting discussion. And I'm going to start by first requesting Prabhakaran from L&T. Prabhakaran, LTTS is a well-known system integrator, not just in India, but globally, and I'll have done a number of smart city projects in India. So you can briefly share with the audience how we have leveraged some of these technologies like IoT, AI, etc., to be able to predict and provide real-time responses for urban infrastructure and mobility systems.
Sure.
Prabhakaran?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, and everybody, good evening. My name is Prabhakaran. Once again, I come from L&T. I head the Smart World department within L&T. So most of the smart city projects that we do in India, we have done almost 30 plus smart city initiatives within India. So when we say we do a lot of smart city initiatives, when I go global, I found that whatever we have done in India, the complexity of what we do is relatively very high compared to what I've seen with other cities, right? So if you talk about smart cities today, there are certain aspects in terms of public safety, security, right? Disaster management, emergency response. How do we bring technology to enable all of this? I'll just give you an example. For example, we have a lot of these cameras out there on the city streets, right? So earlier, people used to just stare at the cameras. When you look at a command center, you'll see that a lot of videos are being played there. And there will be police personnel who will be looking at it, right? So now, with help of technology, we are able to infuse intelligence to the data that we are getting. So I can take example of an abandoned object on a street or a bus stop, right? If my camera has the intelligence, it's able to predict that there is an object which is not being attended to for some time. Then can I use this intelligence to connect to multi-departments and maybe ensure somebody from police attends to this, right? Or let's say you have a large crowd gathering. People keep walking, right? So you want to understand the behavior of the crowd. So it can be for a festival, or it can be a political gathering, or it can be of any, where you have a large congregation of people. So how do we use AI from a smart device to help you predict these behavioral analysis so that you are able to make decisions rather than wait and let the event happen and then you take a call on what needs to be done. Okay. Today, we have implemented a lot of these solutions on infrastructure that's available to make it more intelligent, right? So how do you infuse these actionable insights into these devices so that as a commissioner or a mayor of a city or a CM of a state, you are able to get the information immediately rather than waiting for somebody to call up and tell you that this is what is going on, right? So with this experience, what we were able to do is, when I do large smart city projects, I'm able to go to factories, which are more like micro cities, right? Where you have 10,000, 5,000 employees working there. Can I take some of these security related solutions to ensure that the factory is running safe? The concept is the same, right? So I will be able to use the same camera to detect if there is a fire in a furnace, or if somebody is entering into a restricted zone, right? It happens for cities as well. So if there is a sensitive zone, you want to create a digital perimeter around it to ensure that people don't get into those areas which they are not authorized to. This is not within the facility, but outside the facility, right? Sensitive zones. So today, majority of the cities have this problem. I have cameras, sensors installed all over the place, but I am not able to take all this individual data and make an inference out of it so that I'm able to drive an intelligence to it so that I can take an action on it, right? So bringing multi-department into one pane and then talking to them about these are things that we have collated based on these inferences, we feel something else is going to happen, right? Based on predicting the behavior and analysis of people who are walking, you should be able to say whether somebody needs a medical attention. So we have AI solutions which can detect if somebody has fallen on the ground and needs a medical attention. Let's say we are in like this Medaram Yatra that happens in Telangana. We used to predict the flow of crowd to ensure that people don't congregate at the same place, and that kind of delays everything that happens. People need medical attention, right? If people are exhibiting stress, you are able to understand all this so that the closest medical facility is made available to them, right? So this is on the people's part of it, but we also work with industries, defense labs to do perimeter security, where you keep sensitive installations like maybe an oil refinery, ensuring that there is no intrusion into it, right? So we also have done a lot of, let's say, environmental monitoring. Right now we are working in Chennai for smart adaptive traffic management. This is an ongoing project that we are doing now. So how do I use specialized cameras and sensors to ensure that there is a smooth traffic flow? How can I inform a passenger that this is the next bus that's going to come? Through a mobile phone, you should be able to connect and say, if I have to reach the bus stop in the next 5 minutes, the bus is going to be there in another 8 minutes or so, right? Instead of people trying to rush in without understanding whether the bus is delayed or it's going to be on time, when should I reach, right? Some of these solutions are being done using vehicle tracking technology as well as passenger monitoring, right? If there is too much crowd, should I play more buses in this route so that people are able to use public transport much more efficiently? Right. So these are some of the projects that we are doing. In addition to that, we have gone a little further ahead in integrating coastal radars so that even in case of disaster and emergency, we are able to predict this with the existing infrastructure that's available, connect to the citizen either through mobile interface or public announcement system so that people are evacuated before such an incident happens, right? This is how we see technology is helping us get real-time information, make sense out of it, and help people go about their regular jobs. Right? So this is kind of what we see in terms of technology. There is a lot more advancements when we take some of these technologies to elsewhere outside India. We are talking about people working in factories, ensuring that safety of those employees. How do we ensure that with wearables, with sensors, you are keeping track of people? So I used to work for an oil and gas company where they had a drilling in the middle of the sea. If somebody trips and falls into the sea, you only have a fraction of minutes to save that person. So how do you use technology to help save that life, right? So these are some of the aspects that we have seen, and we have led solutions to help others in terms of adapting technology, saving lives, and making it better and efficient.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Prabhakaran. A very good example that you shared. And I just want to pick up on a couple of things that you said. You talked about infusing intelligence into data, right? I mean, because today we see siloed data systems, and what we really need is integrated intelligence, because you really need those insights to be able to make the right decisions, right? So thanks for sharing that. Let me move to Prashant from Northern Communication. And Prashant, I wanted to understand from you, how can you use AI-enabled video surveillance systems in the context of smart cities, especially when it comes to crowd control, crime prevention, traffic management, and so on?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me on the panel. See, like Mr. Prabhakar also said, there are a lot of AI models available which are running on the camera. Just for example, typically, camera is nothing but a device which is like your eyes. So it can view a particular, like we can see up to a particular range. Probably it can give you enhanced eyes. You can increase, because it is an electronic eye, you can increase the range. Now, when you fix up a range and region of interest, there are, with the help of AI, you can actually mark that particular block of interest, and you can actually mark and define as to what you call crowd, whether 2 is a crowd or a 20 is a crowd. And you can set alarms for that, which means when the density of people increases in that particular zone beyond the threshold limit which you have set, it will give you an alarm that there is a crowd formation there. Similarly, when you say about crime prevention, crime detection, okay, FR could be one, but FR comes with its own caveats of data protection, privacy. However, just a simple example I can give you. With today, another technology known as video stitching, okay? What you can do is, let's say we have number of hundreds of camera installed over a city, and we want to, something has happened and we want to track a particular criminal. Now, somebody gives the information that somebody was wearing a cap of a particular color, shirt of a particular color, and they were in a particular car, color car or a model car. Now, within those hundreds of camera, you can segregate the color of the car, the make of the car, and typically whether it was a sedan or a hatchback, you can segregate with all those potential attributes, and further then you can drill down with those if the view is possible that the person is wearing a cap or person is wearing a particular shirt, and probably you would find, because somebody has not noted the number, let's say, now you would be able to drill down probably to 3, 4, 5 cars of that type only. And then it becomes much easier. So this is just one example. There are many more examples can be given. It could be a wrong number plate. It could be a tempered number plate. You can get the alerts. Or it may be a wrong, or it may be a right number plate itself. Somebody is driving and it is already in the hot list. Immediately the operator will get an alarm. So there are multiple ways where you can do this crime prevention and crime control activities. So this is, and traffic management, the easiest example in the previous session which I was sitting, we were talking about, in the morning session, we were talking about creating this green corridors, or forget about green corridors for unfortunate incident has happened today also in Ahmedabad, unfortunately, and I was reading the news, the whole area has been converted into a green corridor till the hospital. So how do we do that is, one is manual, obviously cordoning of the area, but that requires a lot of personnel. Now, easiest thing is something which we are using in smart cities, the ATCS, automatic traffic control system, which means the signals are either two-way work, can work two ways. One is, it is a totally synchronized system. That is for normal traffic flow I'm talking. In terms is, if you, let's say it is a 10-kilometer straight road and you have 10 signals onto it. It is synchronized in a way that if you drive typically at 40 or 50 kilometers, whatever is the speed limit set within that range, or if you find one signal green, you cross one signal green, all the signals you will find it green if you work it optimized. However, beyond this also technology can work is, now, without any manual intervention, without being police there, the camera will be there on the ATCS junction and it will see the density on all the sides of the arms of the junction, and it will see whichever has the highest density or density buildup is happening. It will turn that signal green for a longer time and the red for a lesser time. Other one will be red for a longer time and green for a lesser time. So which means effectively you have your carbon savings also, less pollution, less jams, and this is all by itself, by technology.
The timers also have to be synchronized, correct? Because
timers is just to give you the visibility, nothing else. Timers has no other role to play. Timers are just to tell the person you have to wait for this much seconds.
Yeah, what happens is that you have a timer which is showing 60 seconds, hardly any traffic
when
on the road.
It is
and
ATC,
end up waiting.
If it is an automized traffic junction, there will never be a timer.
Okay, got it.
There will never be a timer, or timer will be off. Timer will work only in case of manual or a fixed duration things. Otherwise, timer will be off if it is an automatic junction.
Wonderful. I think that will be a great solution to address our challenges here. But thanks so much for that. Let me move to Ali. And Ali, you represent East AI. And you position cities to evolve from being reactive to being prescriptive, right? Using predictive AI and platforms like SIA, which are built. So how do you see this evolution, Ali, especially in urban mobility and disaster response? How does it impact day-to-day citizen experiences in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities? Your response to this, Ali.
Okay. Hello? Yeah, can you guys hear me? Sorry. Good evening. Myself, Ali, from Astricos. We are a predictive analytics platform. Let's look at some stats, okay? There is something called livability index for cities. And in that ranking, they consider almost like 40, 50 categories of traffic, mobility, crime, sewage collection, garbage collection, all those like multiple factors in terms of which make a city livable. In those ranking, India doesn't have even a single city which is at least in the top 50. And we are there, not yet, okay? And in terms of when you said Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, right? According to this Smart Cities initiative of government, 98 cities are considered for this initiative, out of which again 70% are Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. UP has around 13, Tamil Nadu has 12. If you take out Chennai, then you have 11 cities which are Tier 2 and Tier 3, like Kanyakumari, Dindigal, Coimbatore, right? So all these Tier 2 cities have multiple civic services, urban mobility and traffic related services which are still in silos. They are operating in silos. We at Astricos bring all these into one platform and do predictive analytics and give you, even before the disaster happens, we can't stop the disaster, but we can mitigate and we can be resilient to those disasters. That's what we do at Astricos. And we have we have close to around 10 case studies, right, in smart cities. And we have done something for UP 112 where we have reduced the first responder time by 30%. And we are also instrumental in having predictive analytics during Mahakumbh period. So that gives, all these Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are progressing towards that livability index.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that very important aspect that you brought about resilience to disasters, right? So how do you prepare for that and how can you use technology to build that resilience becomes very critical. I'm going to shift gears a bit now and get a healthcare perspective. So let me get Dr. Srinivasulu from Arvind Eye Care. So Dr. Srinivasulu, with the public health being such a critical dimension of smart cities, in your view, how can hospitals and health tech players like Arvind Eye Care collaborate with the city systems to ensure preventive, accessible and rapid care, Dr. Srinivas?
Yeah, good evening. I think we have been talking all, vulnerable scenarios since morning. I think we are in what they call it as a VUCA world. Yeah. VUCA world, vulnerable, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Yeah. So, but that's a way we need to kind of prepare. I'll share a small incident. I lived in Tokyo for several years. If you see in Tokyo, they expect heavy earthquake from the epicenter any moment of the time. They've been predicting last 60 years. You know what they've done? They built a capital city in Osaka. Even today, it is readily operational. If something happens to the Tokyo, they wanted to operate the government next day. That is the resilience. Okay, so, today's world, we need to be prepared. If this happens, what is that? There's no other option. Okay, but not in healthcare, right? Okay, so from healthcare perspective, that's not the way. Okay, so we cannot compromise anything on that. And initially, there was a statistics, the urban population is getting more and, and rural, if you see typically in the statistics of India, so typically 68% lives in still rural, 32% in urban. But other way, if you see the facilities, medical facilities, doctors are 70% lives in urban. Okay, 70 other way. Okay, only 32% in rural. So that's where we come in the picture. Okay, our founder is very clear. It should be accessible, available, affordable. That's the fundamental, philosophy what we have. Okay. Interestingly, if you see the way we work, okay, you design for non-customer. You design your philosophy for non-customer. The customer who cannot reach out to you, you reach out to them. Okay. So that's called, today that all telemedicine or all this we are talking after COVID. But we have built telemedicine early 2000, okay, early 2000. From Madurai to Theni, we built a VSAT, okay, from sitting in, a doctor sitting in Madurai, okay, can see the patient in Theni. So that time we didn't have a Wi-Fi at all. We built a VSAT, okay. So that's a, in a health, from our perspective, for typically healthcare, the way it should be, particularly from India perspective, okay, because considering the population, the whole thing, it should be available anytime. It should be accessible, okay. It should be affordable. So for that, what we did, we used technology as a tool, okay. So technology, how we, typically it's a contrary, right? Healthcare conservative towards technology, okay. But we use technology. So, for example, what we did, we built the entire our healthcare setup, EMR, everything in the cloud. Okay, this was happened 10 years back. So now my cloud, I can access any part of the world. So and any time. Okay, number one. Now, second thing is what we did. Since we built all these things, we have so much of data. Okay, how we can make it affordable? So typically, if you see, if you're a diabetic person, okay, so your first symptom will be your vision loss, right? So that's it. That's the first symptom, all right? But if you see, most of our patients, when they come to our hospital, they lose vision because they don't know whether they are diabetic or not, particularly in the rural village. Okay, so there's no other way for them to go and do regular health checkup and all those things. So it required early screening. Okay, so we wanted to prevent this. So what we did, since we have so much of data, because we capture so much of data, because we have been capturing last 10 years, we know a typical diabetic patient how the data looks like. We did a study of the entire patients. Today we have almost 3 to 4 crores of patient data. Okay, and what we did, we worked with the Google, of course, where Sundar Pichai talks about, they do a lot of work with us. We built a diabetic retinopathy. Typically what happens, when for the diabetic, you need to have a diabetologist and take the image, do the grading, and the grading sometimes goes wrong. It takes at least minimum to 6 to 8 hours to diagnose, and it takes 2 days to get a report. Today, what we did, we built a model, okay, AI model, okay, and it is integrated in an EMR. It is available in the cloud. So a non-clinical person, okay, a non-clinical person goes to village, take the image, upload into the EMR. It will give you whether it's a diabetic, critical, moderate, or early phase. So that what happens? We do this with 20 rupees. Imagine. So technology makes it affordable actually. And technology doesn't, today, we don't need a doctor to do the screening. A non-clinical person goes, it is done within a minute actually. So that is the power of, imagine in India, we have 1 out of every 5 citizens are affected with diabetic. It's almost 40 million patients. How many doctors you need? It's impractical. So you think that's the whole DNA of Arvind. You think high volume, high scale. So that's where you can prevent, through the technology.
Thank you. I think very interesting insights that you shared, especially this AI model for the EMR, and also the fact that you mentioned that even a non-technical person can use this because you want to simplify it for him, right?
Yes.
And the fact that you want healthcare to be available, accessible, and affordable, because you're also dealing with the lower strata of society. And when you talk about taking technology, it reminds me of the example of what Apollo Health was trying to do with the 5G connected ambulance equipped with 5G network, and the patients inside, vitals being sent on a 5G network to the control center. So by the time the patient actually reaches the hospital, the doctor has a fair understanding of what diagnosis, what treatment to do, right? And that's a very good example. I'm not sure whether that project is scaled or not, but I think that is a very good example of how you can combine 5G and IoT and really transform healthcare, especially when it comes to dealing with.
In fact, if you see, like in our vision centers, we have something called primary health center. We have a criteria where 50 villages doesn't have any bus facility or doesn't have any, access to the hospital, where we go and set up that.
Right.
So patient goes to that place and sitting in the system and connected to the base hospital. So
Right.
get all the readings in application. It's reviewed by the doctor in base hospital. So it is being done there. So they don't need to go to city to come to get the treatment.
Right. Thank you. So let me move to Mr. Sudarshan from Innovators Federation of India, and basically a two-part question, Mr. Sudarshan. One is that how can local innovators and startups be integrated into these large-scale PPP projects, especially in context of urban development? If you can give some examples that have worked, that will be great. And also, in your view, what policy or procurement reforms that can unlock greater private sector innovation in delivering public services? So your views on this.
Thank you, Chairman. Being the last person and the last word on disaster, I think I'll make it as short as possible. Point one is the Disaster Management Act 2005 provides enough scope for any specialist or any professional from the formal sector and the informal sector. Formal sector, I refer to the medical professionals, the rescue team, the defense personnel, and such other organized sectors. And the informal sector I am referring to is the heavy vehicle drivers, people who can cook for mass in any improvised locations, the paramedical or the village level or urban ward level health workers, ASHA workers they also call, and such other informal sector workers like in the masons, construction sector, carpentry, electrical and other line. There are something like 175 informal sector trades. Now, at least 50% of these trade practitioners are required, and with the new technology, which the law also accommodates, those people data has to be integrated in the public portal. So what happens when a disaster takes place in a section A? It is the data of the surrounding area that comes to help. It is not within the disaster location because they are all crippled technically, crippled practically, and cut off from the rest of the world. So the data of the surrounding city or village comes to help. So this data has to be made available in the public domain so that anybody should be able to access, mobilize and bring it into the rescue of the affected area. Therefore, the suggestions are two. One, integrate the informal sector data into the mainstream, and number two, make it decentralized. Make it decentralized and empower them. Therefore, what you call the policy automatically operates by itself and gives the legal sanctity. So these are the two major areas I would suggest.
I think great. I think decentralization and empowerment, very critical in the context of, thanks for sharing that. We have about 14 odd minutes left. So this round two, I'll request the speakers to maybe be very brief in maybe 2-3 minutes, share your perspectives. Let me get back to Prabhakaran from L&T. And Prabhakaran, my question to you is, what are the technology and policy gaps that in your view that needs to be addressed to really scale these PPP-based smart city models, especially when you're talking about Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, Prabhakaran?
See, first thing is, I feel we should learn a lot from best-in-class cities on how we go about doing it. The challenge I see with the models that we have is when we do large-scale smart city projects, it's not like a private enterprise where you will immediately see a return of investment. So this is more towards citizen safety. How do I improve livability of my citizens or people in the city, right? So I feel this is a long journey where there has to be a vision and commitment from both parties. So the government which promotes this in terms of continuing the vision and the goals on what we wanted to achieve, and with a technology partner, right? Sometimes what happens is in most of the projects, we do the project and after maybe 3-4 years down the line, we move on to something else, right? And ultimately, the benefits have to reach the citizens that we are trying to do. And any project that we do, there has to be a citizen element, a stakeholder. How do we make their lives better? If that vision is defined clearly, this will be a very fruitful exercise.
But I think very important aspect that you raised. You talked about government and technology partnering, technology providers partnering, but the citizen element, because at the end of the day, you want to provide good service to citizens and to bring them into the equation becomes so critical, right?
So, so T Nagar was one of the smart city area that was identified, right? So you can build a lot of smart cities, you can put a lot of sensors, but if people tend to use it differently, the overall purpose and objective gets lost, right? So it's a combination of both as a party to using the service as well as people providing the service should ensure that it's being done well.
Right. So in talking about T Nagar, I was just reading a couple of days back that parking area is still not being utilized.
Correct.
I think 100 odd parking slots and not still being used. So I don't know what it will take for people to actually go and start using them.
So when I talk to even Dubai, right? So we recently were working there for some projects. See, governments are looking for ways to have a return of investment for all the activities that they do, right? So we should be in a position to say, how do I help them for the budget spend? How do I help them make an ROI? Right? So if that happens with help of citizens, then it will be mutually beneficial for both parties.
Right, thanks. So talking of citizens, I think is a good segue to get Ali back into the discussion. And Ali,
can I just give my observation, sir?
We'll finish, sir. We'll finish and then we'll ask questions. We'll take questions. Sorry to interrupt you. But let's finish the discussion and then we'll take questions. Ali, just coming back to you. So in context of citizen trust, right? So
okay.
Prabhakaran was talking about citizen element as well, but you're dealing with so much of data, right? Whether it is from a public safety perspective, utility standpoint. So this whole data privacy controls, explainable AI. So how are you addressing this from your platform standpoint? Can you share some light on that?
Yeah, sure. So there are two things. One, the data privacy stuff, and the second is explainable AI, right? In an industrial setup, you can't treat AI as a black box and give output, right? Say, for example, you can't just say this particular machinery based on predictive analytics, this particular machinery will start failing in 4 days or something. The worker want to know why. So that makes explainable AI important. At Asticos, what we strongly believe is like we give the precise reason behind why it is going to fail, what are the factors which are going to affect. So our recommendation engine, which is there in the background, works in a way which gives precise info saying like, this particular HVAC machine is going to be in maintenance for this reason because of temperature and so on so reason. So that makes our product slightly more, we are more explainable AI focused product.
And explainable AI also to share reasons behind why a decision is made,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
That plays a crucial role in terms of decision making and acting upon it. Right. And when it comes to the data privacy part, imagine when you're working with a smart city or something and you have crime analytics, right? Which is key information and utmost importance plays in terms of security, role-based access, who has control on these things. We are, at Asticos, we are both DPDP bill approved.
Still
And
rules are being notified on the DPDP Act, right? It's still not enforced.
It's not enforced, but like we are compliant to it, like, right? And GDPR guidelines for other global cities and stuff. So we take security as a most important critical factor for our projects.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And let me come back to Prashant. And Prashant, I just wanted to focus more on the physical infrastructure when it comes to smart cities, right? I mean, you're enhancing the citywide communication systems, right from emergency alerts to public announcements and integrated urban safety projects. So can you share what are you doing in that space?
See, that is one point which I have been making for a while, that in fact, not only for smart city or safe city, any communication device, any network device, physical infra is the most important, because that becomes the backbone of the things. In fact, this is one particular point which I have been saying, active equipments, you can actually replace every 3 years, 5 years with the technology change. But unfortunately, physical infra is very, very difficult to change, and generally it is for 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. So, and unfortunately, it is the most neglected area, because unfortunately we call it passive infrastructure, which actually is not. So that is a backbone, and that is one critical area which we need to really focus on, because especially with the kind of IoT devices, especially with the more and more number of data points coming in, the more devices being added. If the physical infra is not good, the latency would increase, and the whole purpose of all these IoT devices would be defeated. So that is one segment which as a company also we have been focusing, is to not really have that passive infra as a passive infra, make that passive infra also intelligent, or rather I should start using the word instead of intelligent. Smart is a more buzzword, right? So I should start calling it smart passive instead of intelligent passive. So today passive infra is available where you can have alerts from that infra also, wherein you can know from where it has been disconnected, cut, tampered with. All those alerts you can get, and the rectification of that infra is much, much faster, because earlier the biggest pain point for any system integrator used to be to finding where the fault is. With this so-called intelligent passive infra, we can know at least to a very much approximation of few meters that where the fault is in terms of fiber and in terms of copper to the precise point. And we know which port is disconnected, how long it has been disconnected, whether it has been put on a wrong active port. All those alerts are available. And that is one thing which I have been telling, ki in the whole project, your project cost doesn't increase by more than 0.5% by putting this. By itself, when you compare passive with passive, it will be very high. But in the overall project, it hardly makes a difference. And that is an investment, again, you are making for 25, 30 years. So that particular thing is to be taken care, should be taken care, and hopefully will be taken care.
Right. Thanks. Thank you so much, Prashant. Getting back to Dr. Srinivasulu, and Dr. Srinivasulu, especially when you talk about emergency medical care in urban areas. So this whole integration of smart mobility and digital health systems becomes important. So what are your views on this? How can we
see, by the way, I'm not a doctor, so I was enjoying like when you said like, but okay. So I'm a CTO of the, the entire hospital. Okay, okay. So the most important thing today is the healthcare data is 10 times expensive than any data, even the banking data. So let's say banking data is $1, healthcare data is $10. Most expensive. That's where like most of the cyber attacks are happening, healthcare sector today. Okay, so the way, of course, the infrastructure part, how you ensure your data in rest and data in flow is completely secured. Okay, that's a first thing, because when the patient has a trust on the hospital to ensure, a daily wage person shares the data, with the consent, everything. So it is our responsibility to ensure it is being protected. Okay, this is from complaints perspective today. DPDP is with that very stringent. Any violation, you have a penalty of 50 crores and all those things in place. Okay, so this is one part on the data protection. Another part, let's say something happens, your hospital should run. That resilience part, you need to build it. Okay, assuming that any time it can happen, you need to assume that anytime your cyber attacks, anything can happen, your hospital should be able to run. So you need to have your data infrastructure resilient across every location. That is the architecture.
Excellent point. Data and infrastructure have to be resilient, and I think perfect timing to ask Sudarshan this, because you wanted to address this very aspect, right, in terms of how cities can be a lot more resilient from a future standpoint. So a nice way to end the session with your thoughts on this, Sudarshan.
Again, the last point. So I can detail it in just 3 points. One, there are 12 categories of first respondents mentioned in the Disaster Management Act and also by practical experiences. Now, these first respondents need to be given some sort of an accreditation at each ward level or at each block level. One. Two, there has to be sufficient mock drills to take place, let's say at regular intervals, say once in 3 months or 6 months, or at least once in a year, so that the general public will be, trained how to, respond and protect themselves. 2. 3. There are organizations like civil defense. There are organizations like the NCC or the paramilitary kind of, volunteer setups. Now, these units have to be, brought back into active orientations and refresher programs. Now, this will create a second generation and a successive generation with a sense of preparedness and how to protect their individual self, their family, their community, and of course, such prepared communities will definitely have a better and safer India.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. We have completely run out of time. I am conscious that the gentleman there who wanted to comment or ask a question. So, sir, if you can just introduce yourself and tell us if you are whom are you asking the question.
Yes, sir. I am Prakash Galada. We have our business in Pondi Bazaar, which is Pedestrian Plaza Smart City, the first of whole of Tamil Nadu. As maybe the parking lot is not being filled, they say. Sometimes they say it is overfilled, sometimes they say it is free, and sometimes they say it is only 20 rupees, nobody is parking. No awareness, and some of the floors are not even, that it is a multi-level. So few floors are not even operative. All those facts are not being observed, but in media it keeps coming, but it is overlooked. And there are 2 roads have been having a outside going disaster management. In that roads have been blocked not only for coming in and going out, very near to the post office. And another one is on the other side, is another one road which is also to a market, Naidu Hall opposite, if you are familiar. So they have been blocked totally, in spite of our telling that disaster management also needs something like going out in case of emergency. But they are blocked in such a way that cannot be used unless urban planning is done, or it has been deliberately blocked for no good reason. And we suffer, the public suffers. Association we have, all Pandivaja Merchant Association, we can represent this matter in a better way or explain or understand ourselves and make them aware. Thank you.
Right, thanks for sharing that. Perhaps calls for a lot more citizen awareness, I guess, right? Yeah, so of course someone who can take this to the government and bring this to their attention. Yeah, thanks. Sorry? Civic responsibility. Yes.
Public shelters are there. They are over in Chennai Corporation, but nobody knows where the public shelter is there. And public shelters are used for what? It is for overnight stay? No. It is for when some disaster is happening, you have to congregate over there. What is the way to congregate? Again, you see, these people are laying 100 feet, 200 feet roads. But when it comes into city, it is only 80 feet road. How it can accommodate so much of traffic? That is why we are facing problem on Sunday night to Monday afternoon. So all these things are not planned properly. Even the air show has got a disaster because why it is medical facility you have to provide for square kilometer you have to fix that area should be accessible. There is no such a thing. The planning is amiss. Though you have so much of data available through AI and other ways, you cannot do anything. Basically, we have to teach the public responsibility how to behave. This is very, very important. For that, the civic bodies should promote. Then only the city will be in a proper shape.
Thank you for sharing that very important point that you raised. Thank you very much. I think we completely run out of time.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I do agree, putting up a few cameras is not going to be a smart city because we need to manage the traffic as well as the green corridor, as Prashant said in the morning. Those are the necessity for making a smart city as well as a safe city. And in my view, after doing so many conferences on smart cities and safe city, I can say that the present cities can't be a smart city. It can only be a controlled traffic challenge. And the new cities like Gujarat, they had a Dholpur, this thing, Dhulehara, this thing. Those can be smart cities like in Delhi, the Dwarka is a new city which is coming up. Andhra, there is one. So those things, the new plan can be done. Otherwise, the district town planner has already sanctioned all those maps, plans and everything. Now if you ask to make a 100-feet road on a corridor, it is impossible. Whether it is Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata is burst. So we need to look at, shifting from the main city to the rural areas. And as I told you, one of the chief guests in one of the events said, whenever you make a smart city, make sure the 2 to 3 PSUs of the government is transferred to that area so that automatically those kind of people, those who have to serve that PSUs will shift to that city. So that city will create the need for the housing complex and everything, and that city will automatically become a smart city and it will pay from their money of the electricity and other things. That is what we need to look into it. And at the same time, we as a citizen also have something to give it back to the Mother Earth. And we as a citizen should also look at, because nowadays we don't have time, if any accident happens, we don't look at who's the brother. Once you reach home, then you know it is your own brother who fell down there. It happened with one of my friends. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of a beautiful conference starting from the general. Bharat talking about smart, what we call it. And we ending up, but the sad story happened, how this Air India flight has taken off and immediately and lost so many people, including the ex-CM. Still it is not declared, but it's something really sad what is happening to the world. Not only this country, happens, it happens in other country as well, but when it happens to our own country, our own people, we lost the children, it's really pains. So with this, thank you very much for all of you to join us. Do be with us in our coming events in Delhi, Bangalore, and again we will come back to Chennai. Thank you so much with your love and affection for joining, and thank you panelists, and thank you Chairman for chairing this session wonderfully. Now I request the Chairman, Sunil David, to give the mementos to the distinguished speakers. First to Prabhakaran Narayan. Thank you, Prabhakaran. Thank you so much. Thanks to Prashant. Thanks to Ali. Thanks to Sudarshan, Dr. Sudarshan. And Srinivaslu already has taken in the last thing. So now I will present it to the chairman. Thank you so much. We'll have a tea break and reach home safely. Take care. Sandhyakkam Varain Vanakkam.